Good morning, my beauties. Good morning. I hope everybody is having a good Friday morning, TGIF. First and foremost, before I say or do a goddamn thing, I would like us to please, please, please send our love to our amazing mod, Jessie. She's got a family member who's having a surgery today, and it's pretty serious. So I would like us to woosah her and her nerves because everything is going to be fine and amazing. And we're sending good vibes. We're sending love and good vibes to Jessie and her family today because she always sends me the love and the good vibes every morning. She's the first person to text me, probably the last person I text before I go to sleep. And she's a big part of my life. So she's a big part of this community. So we send all of our love to Jessie and her loved one for their surgery, and everything's going to go fine. It's going to go amazing. It's going to go fine, and we're going to be talking about this later like it never happened. Right? That's what we're going to do. All right. Now, real quick. Oh, crap. That's something I forgot to fix this morning, but I promise you guys I will fix it later. Yes, this is my friend. This is my friend. Okay. Wait, why are my bubbles so big? What is happening right now? And why are they blue still? They're supposed to be purple. What's happening here? God damn. It doesn't let me save. Like it's set to that, but then I have to redo it every stream. It's a little ridiculous. A little freaking ridiculous. All right. No emotional wrecks here. Nope. Woosah. Breathe, my friend. Breathe. Breathe. All right. Hey, Holly. So about 1 million people sent me this video, right? Good morning, Emily. Thank you. Of the woman who was hidden true crime, right? She's cyber stalked and bullied and fearing for her safety. And a lot of it mirrors what the victims of Turtle Boy and his various chaos agents and other content creators and just people, right, on X. I know. I heard about this, and I thought to myself, well, fucking finally, because at first they weren't really doing much about cyber stalking, cyber harassment. There was like 3 or 4 cases federally that they ever really did shit with. So let's hope that they actually start doing their job when it comes to that. Because some states are doing it, some states are not. But that's I love that. Thank you, Pam, because I would have forgot to say that had it not been for you. So thank you. It is wonderful news. I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. So obviously, the theme today is cyber stalking, right? Cyber stalking, cyber harassment, the ways it happens, why it happens. It's unfortunate because a lot of these people who do this cyber stalking and harassment bullshit do it under the guise of speaking truth or calling people out, or no offense, but who are you to call fucking anybody out in their personal lives and then say that your personal life is off limits, or anybody who says anything about your personal life it's a fucking problem. That's not the way this shit works, right? Aidan's whole persona is talking about people's personal lives, but not verifying any of the information. It's like a gossip column, essentially. Anything anybody sends him, he just puts out there. That's not journalism. Let's just put a bow on it. That's not journalism. It's not the way journalism works, okay? Journalism, as a matter of fact, these people who are doing these stories on other people actually reach out to the person they're doing a story on to see if they will get a comment at all about anything, clear anything up, whatever. Right, like when they make porn accounts of you on Twitter, which has happened to both you and Lindsay, Yeah, that needs to be done, right? Educating law enforcement, no offense, but law enforcement really needs to be, to be fair, we have somebody here who was in law enforcement. She was very well educated about this. But my point is there are not a lot of officers that are educated about this, right? They just aren't. They just aren't, right? They just are not. Hey, trolls, FYI, thank you for presenting yourselves, but you will just get blocked and banned. So I will burn through every one of your fake accounts and still laugh at you and point. Ha ha ha. You think you're going to stop me from talking? You're just proving my point. You're literally proving exactly what I'm talking about today. So thank you for proving my fucking point, right? There are various people, right? Various people who decide that they're gonna, be these chaos agents of nonsensical bullshit, right? They do it out of fear. If they don't do what their leader wants them to do, they do it for a pat on the back. They're trying to fit in somewhere, right? And so they fit into a group of very unhinged individuals that start doing these things. And then there are some people who are just mentally unwell, mentally fucking deranged. And this is like fun for them. They think it's cute, right? It's not cute by any stretch of the imagination. It's not even a little. So when these trolls decide to pop into my chat, which again, all of you who have been here with me for a long time know we haven't had this amount of trolls in a long time. What does that tell you, right? It tells you that there's a reason, right? The sewer turtle mentioning my name, putting posts out about me, like it's pathetic, number one. Number two, I predicted it because he just can't get out of his own way. And you can pretty much predict what the fuck he's going to do because that's the way narcissists work. They do the same things over and over and over and over. Listen, I've been dealing with this for 3 years, almost 3 years. It's not anything new to me at this point, right? And that's essentially it. But I am not the only one, right? Well, that's exactly what it tells you. It tells you that we're hitting the mark here, right? That we are saying shit that they don't want out there, and it's fucking with them, right? The Turtle's lost some subscribers. He's upset about that. He sees a lot of free Karen Reed people who come in here and have simple conversations that enrages him, which goes to show you, if he is so angry about people talking to each other, why? 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 Like what? For what reason? For what reason? Just ask yourself why. It's not that hard to figure out. It hasn't. And even during the last trial, it wasn't. The first one, maybe, Oh, yeah, that'll be bad. Oh, yeah, we're still in a government shutdown. I forgot about that. I forgot. Yeah, I joined Illuminati today when I booted you. That's when. That's when, To me, it's. I'll burn through every single one of these people's stock accounts. I don't care. Well, that's bingo, Heisenberg. Thank you. And you've been here for a little while now. And I know that you see the patterns and you know the patterns. But it's exactly what it is. It's paranoid that people will actually start listening and believing it. And some people clearly have started seeing what the fuck is going on and understanding what that means, right? Let them. Yeah, let them. I love that tattoo of yours. And I'm clearly hitting a nerve, right? I'm clearly hitting a fucking nerve. That's a problem for them because they can see that people are starting to figure out what the fuck is going on. They can see from my comments. They can see from the people who are coming in here. They can see that people are crossing over, and speaking to each other and actually having these conversations. That is not his, thing. His thing is to separate people and make each other hate each other so they only are loyal to him and only him, and they're not allowed to do anything else. If you do anything else, guess what? You will be punished. Me too. Me too. It makes my heart happy, right? He wrote this entire, post about me and Esty, completely fabricated and false, by the way, but I'm going to make this clear now. You come for Esty, you got to come for me too. And that's fine. I'll take it. Because if you haven't gotten to know her and you don't know her as a person, and you're just using your petty jealousy, like the turtle and his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, to harm her, it just goes to show who you are. It shows people who you are. You make yourself look fucking stupid. Not the people you're attacking, yourself. It shows everybody what a petty person that you are. It shows everybody what really bothers you. If I didn't bother you, there'd be no post, right? Just saying. Oh my God. At this point, it's like, that's not journalism, okay? Apparently, I work for Kate. That's what he says. He says I work ops for Kate. Anybody who knows me knows that that's completely absurd. Completely fucking absurd. Who gives me money? Nobody gives me money except the people here in this chat. There's nobody else that gives me money except the people here in this chat. So that's absurd. Yeah, because everything's a giant op. Let's be clear here. I haven't talked to Kate in a year and a half. Okay? So just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Yeah. We don't even talk. So I would love to know how I'm running ops for someone I don't talk to in real life. You know what I mean? That doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't even make any goddamn sense. Something ain't right up there. Morning, Karen. Morning. So I just want y'all to be prepared because clearly throughout the stream we're going to be dealing with trolls, which is totally fine to me. This is their way. Once again, it's their way of trying to shut me up. It's their way of trying to make me shut up, stop speaking for the victim, stop saying things that are true so that people don't dig and find out that they're true. I will not do that. I will not fucking do that. I will not. Smoke signals. We're going to do smoke signals. We're going to, carrier pigeon smoke signals. Maybe we need an owl like Harry Potter. No. Well, that's a fucking damn good point, Brittany. That's a damn good point. I mean, once again, like this is troll behavior. We don't talk about, this isn't about politics. Clearly, that's very clear, right? Come on, stop it. Ridiculous, nonsensical bullshit. So there's a few things I want to bring up today, but first, I want to say thank you to the person who must have been watching yesterday's live and had sent a $20 donation this morning that I saw. They're anonymous, so I'm going to say thank you for your donation this morning, anonymous. I appreciate you very, very, very much. Right, like if you start talking about something that's completely irrelevant, you're just, I know you're not. We can usually tell right away who is and who isn't, If somebody's just saying hi, or I'm new here, or, you know what I mean? Like we can usually tell right away whether someone's trolling or not. We've got this down pat pretty good at this point. But I want to say thank you to the people who do support my channel, because without you, this wouldn't be possible. The attacks that I am going to keep dealing with for the next probably, I've been dealing with them since 2023. Okay. But they've ramped up. They're going to ramp up because I won't shut up and I won't stop speaking for Aidan's victims, who he has blackmailed and threatened into silence because they're afraid for their families, and nobody should feel that way. Right. And there are other people cyberbullying other people. And so we're going to talk about that today too. Once again, there's like categories of these people, I feel like at this point, that there's, hey, Laura, that there's, these chaos agents that just run around doing shit because they think, in their fucking head, somehow, some way, they're doing good while they burn everyone on planet Earth with a bunch of shit they made up in there. Listen, let's be clear here. Okay, Grant and Christy are cousins. I don't know how, I don't know, like, through what, but they're cousins, okay? And if you look at their behaviors, they're pretty much spot on the same, And it's unfortunate, but mental illness, hey, Lisa, actually can run in families, all right? You see this paranoid delusion. Let me correct one ridiculous, absurd. You're going to love this one, Leah. You're going to love this one. So someone sent me a screenshot of a post Christy made yesterday, okay? And it says that me and Courtney went to high school together. Wrong. We're not even the same age. We're not even from the same town. We did not go to high school together. We didn't go to any school together at all. Not even a little. Hey, Beach. Not even a little. Well, it is kind of taking itself out at this point, isn't it? It is taking itself out. But this goes to show, right? Even just my chat from last night and today goes to show you how this cyber harassment and stalking works. He blows the dog whistle, talks about someone, and then the chaos agents, the fake accounts, the whole shebang come, running onto you to try to suppress you down so far that you will just go away. Yeah, her husband is a cop. Yeah. So, yeah, I thought you would like that one. Wrong. Me and Courtney have literally never been to school together, ever. Okay. We are acquaintances. We were never friends and we didn't use together. That's not a thing. Sorry, not sorry. Never happened. Okay. Like she is Grant's cousin and someone who is on Twitter whose goal in life is to just harm anybody she can, spew as much nonsensical bullshit. She's kind of like Aidan, except nobody cares and everyone knows she's insane. There's a difference between that and people actually believing that Aidan's not insane. You know what I mean? Reality is they both do the same shit. He just has a bigger platform to do it, and he is easy to dupe people. You know, it's easy for him to dupe people versus her. It's not easy for her to dupe people at this point. You know, a small subset of people who believe her bullshit, but other than that, that's it, you know? Yes. Yes, Steph. Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah. So me and Jesse have talked about this. Okay. So her brother-in-law, Jesse's brother-in-law, is the friend of mine that I've been friends with since I was young. I dated his best friend a long time ago. Christy, Meredith, Christy. Yes, dude, they're related. You didn't know that? Yeah, they're cousins. They're the cousins. They're cousins. Christy is Grant's cousin. Yeah, you didn't know that? Some people didn't know that. I didn't know you guys didn't know that. But yes, good morning, Steph. So they're cousins. Yes, they're cousins. And so, Courtney dated Jesse's brother-in-law. Now, her brother-in-law is a friend of mine. Okay. I dated her brother-in-law's best friend when I was younger. The only way I knew Courtney was my ex-boyfriend, his now ex-wife. And I say this because we were very young and they had gotten married. I kid you not, when they were 16. Don't ask me why. So by the time I was like 19, they were already like, you know, ex-wife, ex-husband. Morning, Cambry. So my boyfriend, who was my boyfriend at the time, his ex-wife's brother is the person that Courtney had her first child with. And so that is the only way I knew her at all. It was acquaintance, you know, see her once in a while. That's about it. Nothing more. So for her to try to claim a long time ago that she's known me for 25 years, that's not only completely false and inaccurate, she doesn't know a goddamn fucking thing about me. She couldn't tell you. So I had she was, and I kid you not, this is how insane she is. Courtney started calling people because she was such a Turtle fan, right? Calling viewers, just you guys, right? Asking, like, getting in you guys' DMs and being like, hey, can I call you? And asking people she doesn't know to call them so that she could talk shit about me and claim that she knew me for 25 years. So someone reached out to me to tell me that she was doing this to them. And I said, take the call. Take the call and ask her. It was Sandy, actually. I said, Sandy, and Sandy used to be a cop. I said, ask her how many kids I have. Ask her where I live. Ask her what kind of cars I've driven over the years. Ask her anything that anyone would know about me. She didn't. She didn't. She didn't know a single fucking thing about me. I hadn't seen her since I was like 19. That's not knowing someone for 25 years. You're an acquaintance. You're not even a friend. You're an acquaintance. That's a pretty big stretch to tell people you've known me for 25 years and I'm bad when you haven't seen me since I was like 19. That's weird shit. That's not normal, right? Now, Jesse's brother-in-law, she completely ruined that man's marriage, okay? Literally, because she's fucking insane, all right? See, that's the funny part, right? Or was she just pretending at that point, Leah? You know, was she just pretending? It's the clout. It's the attention. She's an attention seeker. Unfortunately, Courtney's an attention seeker, you know? Right? Right? She's an attention seeker. It's unfortunate, right? But let's not sit here and say bullshit, nonsensical shit like me and her went to high school together, Christy. We didn't go to high school together. We're not even the same age. We're not from the same town. We did not go to high school together. I believe she went to Rockland, not even from that area. So, no, try again. You know, but you're putting shit out that you just hope is true, right? So let me point something out here. These people, right, they think they're getting something out of doing this, right? They think they're getting something out of putting people's personal messages out there, cropping them, taking things out. And be clear here, Grant's cousin Christy is, you know, the chaos agent of insanity over there. She has been bullying, cyber stalking numerous people and adding those people to her conspiracy list, just like Grant adds people to his conspiracy list almost daily. She does the same thing. Everyone's a conspiracy, stalk accounts, blah, blah, blah. Now, here's the thing, right? When you have to make an account, and Christy did this, she made an account called Sadie J to blame on me and other people she didn't like, and wrote some really horrific shit to herself as if she was attacking herself, and then claiming to other people that it was me, or it was Karen McCormick, or it was Julie Ginto, or it was Kara. False, wrong. It was her. I mean, you have to be pretty fucking insane to make an account to attack yourself to then blame on someone else. That's not fucking normal behavior. So when she did that, she had all these other people that she was telling that it was me, and then it was Karen, and then so all of those people in turn started attacking me online. Okay. I have since gotten apologies from a lot of those people when it came out that she was that account, right? That she made that account. It's like, are we fucking all right here? How many of those do you think are out there? She makes quite a few, but how many do you think are out there just to create that kind of doubt against someone? Many, all right? And I am forever going to be a target of that. You know? Yeah, if she doesn't stop, I'm going to post Karen's messages, but then not stopping, attacking herself from it, and then posting the messages. That's insane shit. That's not normal by any stretch of the imagination. That's fucking cuckoo. I mean, come on. You know, come on. That's crazy to me. That's just, it's sick. It's absolutely sick. Now, she's been on a bullying OBOC tour for quite some time. Now, once again, I don't give a shit what side of the Karen Reed case you fucking fall on. Okay? The case is over itself. I don't give a shit if you fall on this side, or in the fucking middle. Cyber harassment and stalking is not fucking okay. Yeah, I've watched it. We've talked about it here on the show. I talked about it before the actual thing came out on it. Yeah, crazy. But yeah, sick is saying it, you know, kindly. That's for sure. But so we got Christy, the chaos agent, running around accusing people of all sorts of nonsensical bullshit. You could say that again, Donna. And it's not true. So she's out here claiming this morning, I got a screenshot that Kara doxed John's cousin. No, she didn't. That's completely and utterly false, by the way. That's complete. Christy doxed her. Kara gave the fake account name. That's not a dox, right? Because you don't know the real person behind it. And she did that on purpose because they were bullying her and threatening her into giving this information. So let's everybody remember that Kara's a victim as well. She was harassed, bullied, threatened into doing, you're going to do this, you're going to do this, you're going to give me this, you're going to sign me into this, you're going to show me this. That is cyber stalking, cyber harassment, and criminal harassment. And we can go down the list of more fucking things, but it's deplorable. It's disgusting. Okay? Disgusting. She didn't dox anybody. That was a fake account name. Christy then in turn took that fake account name and blasted who the actual person was. Kara didn't dox anyone. No one. So let's be clear here. When we're claiming fake shit that didn't fucking happen, all right? It's nonsense. Hi, Donald. Nonsense. Absolute fucking nonsense. You know? The demands are wild, but that's what he does, right? And it's not just her, it's him too, right? So you have people like Christy who have been harassing Obach for I don't even know how long at this point. Has anyone... Oh, I love that so much. I bet you're happy. I bet you're doing the proud mom, happy fur baby dance right now. I would be if I were you. But so here's, the problem that I have, right? This level of cyber stalking and harassment not only is fucking disgusting, it's also illegal. Let's remember that. It is completely and utterly illegal, right? What makes these people think that it's okay? What makes anybody think that it's okay, right? I've probably at least booted 30 people. at this point. I'm 27 minutes into my stream, right? And, make no mistake, this is something I've been dealing with for 3 years, almost 3 years, two and some change. But as soon as he gives that dog whistle, it starts to ramp up to 1,000,000, right? All the ridiculous insults, all the same, oh, you're ugly and you're fat and you're blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I don't know if you think saying that magically makes it true, but I'm not an ugly girl, so it doesn't, it doesn't hurt my feelings if you're going to be like, oh, you're ugly and I don't like your makeup. Wham! I'm not going to sleep tonight because a troll said that. I mean, but that's the point, right? That's the point. That's what they do. They're hoping that it does get to you. So much so that you shut the fuck up and go away, or you're too afraid to say anything. And essentially, that's what's been happening for quite some time now to people. Quite some time. Quite some fucking time. And, I have too many of his victims that I am the only voice they have. And victims of other people. I'm not going to just go away and shut up. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And it's so hilarious to me when they even try to call you fat. I'm like, bro, I would, can we switch bodies? Like, I could stand to lose like maybe 15 or 20 pounds. Like, shit. But that's my point, right? And it just goes to show you're showing other people who you are, right? A turtle blew a dog whistle, okay? And you ran and did his dirty work. That's not normal, folks. That's not normal. It's not normal. It's not. Do you really think that if you looked at him fucking sideways, or you said something, you gave him a criticism, right, that he didn't like, that he wouldn't do the exact same thing? Just all you have to do is give a criticism. That's it. Criticize him a little, and he'll do the same thing to you. He doesn't give a fuck. He does not give a fuck about any of the people who watch him. He doesn't give a shit about any of the people who donate to him. He thinks he's owed it. That's the problem. He thinks it should be owed to him. And that is an issue, right? Because nothing is owed to anyone. You have to work for it like everyone else. Like everyone the fuck else. If you don't appreciate the people that appreciate you, that's pretty fucking sad. But at least from what I've seen personally, he doesn't. Actually makes fun of the people who support him. It's fucking deplorable and disgusting. Exactly. See, and I don't think they seem to understand that, right? I am happy with me. I don't need a pat on the back from the turtle or his cult, right? I have a husband I've been with 11 years. I don't give a fuck about anybody else's opinion except his, right? I don't need a pat on the back from a bunch of people on the internet that fucking worship the ground a man walks on when they don't even know who he is. He's a terrible human being. And then we have people like Christy who are making up fake accounts and blaming them on other people. She has been on a 3-month tear, or a little more than 3-month tear at this point. She has blamed Obach for all of her problems, which she did the exact same thing to me, Karen, Julie, and Kara. Every fake account was us. Every fake account was us. Anybody who gave her any criticism was us. Literally. It was us. That's who they were. What is funny is it was none of us. We literally ignored her for fucking over a year. We were like, oh, she'll figure out that these accounts clearly aren't us and they're, someone else she pissed off and they're just criticizing her. Nope. She just kept going and fucking going and going like a goddamn Energizer fucking bunny. Okay. And it's like, at what point, lady, do you realize that everyone around you isn't in on a conspiracy against you? Right. And yeah, it was. So a lot of them were her. Right. A lot of them were her. And so you have to sit here and think, what kind of person does it take to do that shit? That's what I tell my daughter. My daughter, because of her disease, it causes like short stature. So it causes her to be like shorter than she would be, basically, normally. It stunts your growth, essentially. And so she used to complain about being small. And I said, you're not small, you're fun-sized. You're fun-sized. You're fun-sized. Fun-sized. So, she's on this 3-month, Sadie was all her. So 3-month fucking tour of blaming Obach for every goddamn account that calls her out. Every account is Obach, which is absurd because it's not her at all. And so, again, I don't care what side of the fence you are. I've had the opportunity to speak to Obok, and converse with her and get to know her. And I think, in my, at least my opinion is, she's kind of like me in a way where if someone asks her for help, she's going to help, right? But now with all this going on, you have to go back and think, like, the help that you're giving people, is it because they're trying to harm someone else? And I think that's a realization that I think everyone had to come to at some point, right? Of yeah, Christy plays victim. That's exactly what she does. Oh boy. Yeah, you know what? Just you making that comment, she would claim that the account must have been you, because that's the that's the correlation. That's how insane we're talking here, right? But all these people who are friends with Obok for all this time, year, and some change since she sort of came into the world of Twitter and the case. These people, just as a lot of people have learned over time, instantly turned on her. Nobody wanted to defend her. Nobody wanted to have her back. They just instantly did what they do to everyone, which is turn their back on that person and actually engage in some of this really shitty harassment and cyberstalking behavior, right? It's fucking wrong. It is wrong. And it's sad that you have to learn, and I learned this firsthand myself the first time I dealt with the attacks back in 2023, that it'll show you very quickly who was only there with you because they were looking for clout and they were looking, to meet people you knew or to be around a YouTuber or whatever, and who is actually there because they give a fuck about you, right? Or because you were useful in some way, they wanted to be around you, right? You were just useful in whatever way. But the second that a mob of people, and any mob of people, decide that you're bad, they're going with that mob. They're going with that mob. It's exactly what it is. It's herd mentality. It's mob mentality. It's cult thinking. It's exactly how it works and operates. And it's deplorable and disgusting, right? Watching this woman stream, this woman here, my heart fucking broke. Okay? Because I have had this exact same conversation with many victims of Aidan's, the way that this woman is feeling. Many, and I mean many, right? It's unfortunate that this is the way shit has to work, But the amount of bullying, and this is what people don't realize, you bully someone or harass someone into fucking oblivion, account after account after account, text messages, emails, the whole shebang, right? Telling people they should unalive themselves, talking about their, things that would happen to their children, giving threats. Let's remember that Ashley was just mailed a turtle in a jar, a dead turtle in a jar, okay? And technically not really mailed, but they packaged it up like it was mailed and left it at the front, like idiots in front of a camera. And 2 people were involved. At least 2 people were involved in that, okay? This is the shit that they do when you speak up. When you speak up. That is not okay. And these people who are jumping on this bandwagon with him, for him, they don't seem to care if someone wants to unalive themselves because they're so tired of being harassed into oblivion, right? Yeah, they threatened Kara's animals. They threatened to, that was Christy, actually, to harm her goats. So we're talking insane, right? Insane. I mean, I don't know. I mean, yes, I can see she has a large amount of subs. I don't know, the whole rigmarole around any of it. But what I do know is what I heard from her mirrors a lot of what I have heard from people who are victims of all of this, right? And see, this is what I mean, right? This is what I fucking mean. It's not okay. See, this is not okay. This kind of shit is not okay. And this is the kind of shit we're talking about that comes from does anybody think that happens with most other content creators or their viewers? No. Fucking no. Of course not, Lindsay's kids have been threatened numerous times. You know what I mean? Like, that's not fucking okay, dude. See, that's not okay either. This is why I repeat, do not go and harass someone based upon anything you hear here. Do not fucking do it. I do not condone it. I do not think it's okay. Do not do it. Fucking don't, right? Don't do that. Because it's just not okay. Like I said, I don't know anything specifically about her, like what transpired. But I do know that what I heard from her is a lot of what I have heard from victims that I publicly and privately help. Okay. And it's not fucking okay. I forget, Karen, actually, something about hidden true crime or hidden, I think it's hidden true crime, I want to say. Something like that. It's always crossing the line. Who talks about someone's children? That's fucking weird shit. That's weird shit. That is fucking weird shit. You know? One came to my house when I moved to New Hampshire. Another came to my work demanding I get fired. Email sent to employers. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, that's the shit that they do. And it's just not okay. It's just not okay. We're talking about real life humans. These are real people's lives. Real people's fucking lives. You know? Real people's lives that are affected. And people feel as if, they can't speak. Because if they speak, they'll be harassed even more. That's not normal, guys. That's not fucking normal by any stretch of the imagination. Cyberbullying, cyber harassment, cyber stalking is not normal. If you have nothing better to do, okay, to get behind a computer and harass people, it's time to take a look at what the fuck you're doing. It's time to take a look at what the fuck you're doing. I have a $10 donation from Donna. Thank you, Donna. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, my friend. It's the whole thing is fucking sad. The whole thing is sad. I have no idea. I didn't even know she had court today until you told me that. So I have no idea. See, but why? You're allowed to talk about whatever the fuck you want. If you find his, thing deplorable, then you have the right to say you find it fucking deplorable. It is what it is. Gross. It's actually good. Everybody should have it. You should always get your license to carry, in my opinion. Everyone should have a license to carry. Always. Protect yourselves. Protect yourselves. Make sure that you're protected. But you should be able to say, like, listen, I find it gross and deplorable. Bottom line. But no, you cannot do that. No. Yeah, see, I don't. Because you knew what that was going to follow with, right? I mean, the man attacks me all the time. So, yeah, I'm not really interested in hearing anything he has to fucking say, to be honest. That's why. That is exactly why. I'm not interested in hearing something that someone has to say that constantly attacks me and is in fucking TURTLEBOY'S chat that I get screenshots of talking shit when he doesn't know a single thing about me. So, no, yeah, I'm not interested. Not interested in hearing a fucking word he has to say. Not even a little bit. Oh. Right, yeah. Not today. Not fucking today. Hey, Wildflower. There are just some people I will not put up with. I will not do it. If you have the audacity to sit there and run your mouth about somebody you don't even know and have never met a day in your fucking life, dude, and know nothing about and have no evidence to back anything up that you're fucking saying, just shit that you believe from the turd, then I have no, here's the thing. I can give a fuck less about the glare, all right? He's the one who decided to start running his fucking mouth about me. As if, and here's the thing, it's pretty sad if you think a wish list is somehow content. Like going through a wish list and being like, oh my God, that's on a wish list? Ha ha. What do you expect there to be on a wish list exactly? I would like to know what is appropriate for a wish list and what's not. Because I'm pretty sure anything from like, toilet paper and trash bags to a fucking new desk or camera is exactly what a wish list is for. Things you might need, things that you might want. That's what it's for. So to try to make content out of somebody's wish list, that's fucking pathetic. Not only is that pathetic, you're grasping at that point, Well, that's the correlation I'm making, right? It's not so much about her as it is the correlation, right? Of the targeting of people because one person said so, or, multiple people said so. Thank you, Kelsey. It's not, the name, and God knows people come in with fake names all the time, so who knows? But the name was the icon in the name, who knows? She hired someone to do artwork, and the woman made her feel uncomfortable, so she terminated her in a very civil, nice way, but the chick turned out to be a psycho. Well, that happens too, It's not even if you're a follower, your opinion can be dismissed. But it's more of if you think that it is okay, the shit that he does, until, and we're already past the point where if you think that he was blackmailing in trial 1 and wiretapping Karen Reed, do you not realize that he's doing it to every other person? People he's friends with, he does it to, so that when they're not friends anymore and a falling out comes, he can then use that to trash them. So if Will thinks that that's not something that has happened, or that he doesn't have things waiting in case Will decides to do his own thing, you got another fucking thing coming there, bud. You got another fucking thing coming. Like, come on now. And it's like there are a ton of people who, nothing. They didn't like my, I think the garlic press I had that went down from like $5 to like $3 or something. They didn't like my garlic press. Apparently it's pink, by the way, beautiful. And I don't know. They didn't like my household items, things like trash bags and toilet paper and clothes. I don't know. Who knows? It's a wish list. That's what the fuck it's for. Dirt. Like me. That's me. That's who I am. Me. That's all they can do. It's just numerous stock accounts, guys. Numerous fake accounts, all from the same, dozen people. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's not normal behavior. It's not normal. Like, you're talking about a channel that has way less subs than you. Why? Why go after a channel that small? Oh, I know. Because the turtle told you to. That's exactly the problem. We didn't have to physically tell you to know that he's giving a dog whistle. That's what he wants you to do. These people who do it for him, they don't even realize it in the moment, but they're running and doing his bidding just because they think it's like, oh, he's trashing this person. I want to help him do that. This is a bad person because he said so. Well, anybody who's met me in real life and knows me in real life would laugh at that assertion. Anybody who knows what I do on a daily basis would laugh at that assertion. How do you justify that fucking behavior? How? Oh, they better not have been. A lot of those people are just straight fucking nasty. Bottom line. Yeah, but they can spy without being able to comment. They can watch. I can't ban them from watching. They can watch. They can hate watch. Like, it is what it is. I won't give the view to Aidan, so I don't know why anybody else would fucking hate watch, but cool, do whatever you want, But that's the thing, right? Not only that, but, and I wouldn't either. You don't have to buy, people should do digging, but also people should talk to the person who's saying it, because where other people will be like, well, that story doesn't make any sense. And well, it might not make sense to you. Right? But there might be a ton of other details. Nobody would ever have time to give every single detail surrounding every circumstance of their life, right? I love that, Patrick. I love that. You should probably keep your name private, though. Just saying. Or, you get, but I love that. I love that as a name, making changes. I like that. I know. How dare I, right? How dare I make a wish list? How dare I? Once again, only other content creators are allowed to do that, and other content creators are allowed to have wish lists and make money. But nope, I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to do that. That's not a thing I'm allowed to do, apparently. Oh, hold on a second. I'm like, what's happening right now? Oh, I think it's a delivery for my neighbor. See, this, I noticed when a car is coming down my street that shouldn't be. You know? He said at the bus stop today that he won't go to prison because he's too good at explaining himself out of trouble. If he actually thinks he's good at explaining himself out of trouble while he dry snitches on himself all the time, I think that's fucking hilarious. It is sheep behavior, you know? Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing. It can't be everyone else besides him, right? Right? It can't be everyone else besides Aidan, you know? And you're not the only one. There are so many other people who said the exact same thing, Donna. They've had to uplift their entire life, change routes where they're bringing their children to school or work. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not fucking normal. That's not normal. And the people who are behind there doing it, like, you're everyday people. You think that that's normal behavior? Come on, guys. You know? Yeah, they literally tried to make content out of it. I kid you not. I kid you not. They've made content out of trying to make fun of, like, my eyeshadow and hair. Like, that's how desperate at this point we're at, okay? No, yeah, you should hear the other side. Everybody should, you should absolutely hear the other side. You should hear both sides, It's weird. I don't fucking know. I mean, why? Why hate watch? I'm not giving the view. I get clips that people send me. That's as much as I will watch, literally. I will not watch anything else, But see, that's the thing, right? I have so many. If she thinks that's bad, she should probably be in my shoes. I have numerous amounts of all of that happening constantly. And even worse, lately, and it'll get worse, and then it'll get a little better, and then it'll get worse, and then it'll get a little better. I'm not saying that it's good. Nobody should deal with even one of it, but it's insane. It's weird. It's fucking weird behavior. Like, you can have a problem with someone and just, here's an idea. Don't watch them. Don't talk to them. It's that simple. You don't have to like everyone. Everyone's not going to like everyone, I agree with you, Caleb. I agree with you, See, I have no idea. It's the correlation between hearing someone say that they were ready to unalive themselves. That's my problem, right? Girl, you know how many times I've had someone tell me that? Men and women, funny enough. So when they complain about my makeup or they don't like the bold colors that I wear, I literally have to just laugh. I laugh. I've been paid to do people's makeup. I get comments all the time in public and private from men and women. Like, from men and women. So it's like, if you have to make something up as an insult to make you feel better, it'll make you feel better maybe for like a millisecond, It's not. And girl, listen, when you come to visit, I'm going to teach you some stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's the other one that they love to throw at me. Get a job. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? Like, what? Get a job? Did you tell your turtle friend to get a job? Or he's the only one who's allowed to do YouTube as a job? I'm just wondering. I'm wondering, I'm just wondering if only he is allowed, because you don't tell him to get a job. This is my job. You don't like it? Don't fucking watch me. It's that simple. You don't fucking like it. Don't fucking watch me. Yeah, again, I didn't see it, so I can't, comment on that part of it. But I didn't see, like, the other stuff, like whoever the other person was, other than that video. But my correlation was more about people wanting, like, people being harassed into oblivion to the point where they would like to unalive themselves to make it all stop. Make the threats stop, make the insults stop, make the lies stop about them, the rumors, like, just make it stop. Make it freaking stop. And she's not the first person, right? I've heard from over a dozen of his victims that have said that exact same thing to me. And I'm sure that they're, hey, Sam, I fixed it this morning for you. Nobody time out, Sam. Accidentally, please. But to me, it's like there are everyday people out there doing this shit, you know, every day doing this shit for him. And they don't even realize they're in a cult until it happens to someone they love or care about. And then they start to see it, right? They're completely oblivious to what it's doing to other people and that it is for his own petty revenge or his own spitefulness because he's mad, because he's losing subscribers, because people are seeing him for who he is. If people aren't waking up to the fact that if you think he only wiretapped Kearney that one time, like A, you're living in Delulu land, B, he had tried to blackmail her in trial one. If you think she's the only one he's done that to, and if he's as bold to do it to her, how many other people do you think he does it to? I'm asking for a friend here because the correlation doesn't seem to be grasping in some people's minds. Every person he's, quote, friends with, these content creators, every one of them, I say maybe a year from now, will be at odds with him. This is the same pattern that's happened years and years and years and years. He cannot be friends with anybody. He has too much petty jealousy and too much to hide to do that. You know, at some point, the content creators that know things that he's done that's pretty shitty and bad, some of them get a conscience, right? And they're like, you know what, I can't anymore. I've seen too much is going on. I've lied for him too many times. I've picked pieces too many times, and now I'm starting to feel the heat because of the shit he's done, and that's not fucking fair. They start getting a conscience, and they start showing people like, I'm not going to defend him anymore. And it falls apart. Then he attacks them and calls them bad people and so on and so forth and blah, 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 blah. Or if he even thinks that they're going to start sharing things, he'll just attack first and then say they're not credible and they're horrible people. So make no mistake when I say this will just keep happening over and over and over. I mean, they did. Except there were some things, obviously, they didn't know that were happening, you know, for this whole time, you know, behind closed doors. Thank you, Jeffrey. The only thing considered stalking is she looked up Dr. John's CV and determined his degree is kind of lame. I mean, I don't know how a degree is lame. I mean, a degree is a degree, right? You know, it's weird. Cyber stalking, cyber harassment. I mean, yes, it's public information, but technically under our laws, sharing public information, threatening to share public information is stalking and it is harassment. So in our laws in Massachusetts, just because it's public information does not mean, and just because you have a First Amendment, does not mean that you have a right to threaten to share because you're mad about something. That is actually, like, that's a crime. It's an actual crime, and it's written right into the law that it doesn't matter if it's public information, you know. That's okay. You're not that late. It's okay. Well, that's exactly really what it is. It's just a way to try to, the wish list, I put the wish list in the thing for you, Leah. It is just really envy, jealousy, nonsensical bullshit to try to make me shut up and go away. I love that. Why? But he should totally be him, right? We should all be ourselves. Nobody should change for anyone. I'm not going to change how I do my makeup for a bunch of trolls on the internet. I'm not going to change. You know, last year it was my eyelashes they had a problem with. My eyelashes, they seem to have a problem with my eyelashes. By the way, shout out to whoever bought these, and I know who it was. Esty, I know it was you. But shout out, because the thing came and it said anonymous, and I'm like, I know who this was. But my new, because as you guys know, I wear glamnetic lashes. I will not do the ones that have glue. So I only use the ones that have like a magnetic eyeliner. So these came yesterday night, and also someone else, I'm not going to say their name because they wanted to remain anonymous too, but someone else shopped for the Halloween party. These are kind of cool. So they're like little coffins, and you fold them up into boxes, and they're like for food. You can put, you know, it's like paper plates basically, but little coffins that you fold up into a little coffin, and you can put your food in. It's amazing. So it's for my Halloween party on Saturday. And the same anonymous person that got me these eyelashes got the caution Halloween tape for outside, thank God. And actually, I bought these. These are really cool. So they're like blood bags, right? And you fill them with drinks, and then you put the little stopper on it. So there's like, they have the syringes that you can you add all the drink into it with the syringe, and then there's a straw that goes in there, and it looks like an IV blood bag. So they're very cool. And then anonymous person who got my lashes also got this little palette. It's very cute. Now, I never know, though, if it's for me or my little, because everyone knows my little loves makeup, and she's a girly girl, right? She loves to do her makeup like her mommy, and I've taught her how to do it. She's still a kid, but, I've taught her how to correctly do it. So, and I love that it's blue. I love this, and black, blue, black, white. It's too black. I love these. But I have to, differentiate whether it's for me or my little. But the name of it is Ocean Storm. So if you didn't know, when you buy off someone's wish list, you can also add something else that you think they might like, and you just add it in the cart, and you can, you know what I mean? So sometimes, once in a while, people will buy something off the wish list and then add in something else that they saw on Amazon that they think I would love. Most people know I love anything that's pink and shiny, or anything with like a skull on it that has like, bling on it. Halloween's my favorite holiday. I freaking love Halloween so much. So much. Anybody can be a kid and dress up. Oh, you guys want to see my costume? Anybody want to see my costume? I was going to be Poison Ivy, but it wasn't going to be here in time. Pretty upset about that. You're totally welcome, Sam. I didn't forget. Remember I told you yesterday? I was like, I will not forget this morning. I promise. Because Sam was the person I forgot yesterday to untime out or unblock with the mods block. Because we have a lot of trolls coming in the last couple of days. So if you accidentally get blocked, please just reach out to me or Jesse or Scorpio on X or email or Discord, whatever, and just tell us like, hey, you guys accidentally blocked me. Because sometimes when you're trying to block or ban a troll, you actually have to, like when you're clicking it, if the chat goes up, it'll do the person above or below it. So sometimes it happens by accident. Sometimes we're doing it quickly and it happens. So if that ever happens, you just reach out to one of us and we'll fix it for you. Oh, girl, don't worry. Hey, for all of you who weren't here earlier, because now there's, 391 of you, but can we all send our love? Because, our amazing mods are amazing. All of you are amazing. Scorpio, Jess, you guys are amazing. You guys do so much work and you are on top of it. That's for sure. But Jesse's family member is having a surgery today, so I want all the love to be sent to her. She's the first person to text me in the morning, probably the last person I talk to at night. And so we send all of the love and wusa over there to Jesse and her family for the surgery. That's exactly what they do, Scorpio. They burn bridges. The behavior is just bad, you also have to remember that maybe stuff was deleted from that TikTok at this point. Who knows? You never know, Well, that's talks about people's parenting, but how many women has he brought around his children? I was a single dad, and my wife didn't meet my son until around 9 months after we started dating. Well, the funny part about it is only he's allowed to talk about, his own children, and I would never talk about his children because his children didn't, do anything. They're just children, right? I did. I did. Did it not work? Oh, sorry. Wrong one. My bad. Hold on. Whoopsie. Listen, give me a break today. I'm tired. Let's see. Here's the Amazon wish list. My bad. That's my bad. I thought I had it copy and pasted already, but I didn't. It was the other one. My bad. All right, there it is. I love Glamnetic. There was a bunch that were out of stock, so I could only put 2 of them. I like the longer ones on my wish list. So these ones are, I think these are Vixen, I think they're called, possibly. It's either Virgo or Vixen. And then I have VIP, but I love Glamnetic lashes. They are my favorite, and I did need new ones. You can wear them and wear them and wear them, but, after a while, you got to get new ones. So I think that's true. Anything outside of the box that isn't normal, people just shit on, you know what I mean? It was very sweet. It was very, very sweet. And the one anonymous person that bought the coffins, I know who that was. I just am keeping them anonymous for, privacy purposes. But I hate when people do that because I want to thank them, like even personally, like send a message to them, and when they write anonymous and I don't know who it is, I have to guess. Christmas commercial? Oh my God, I can't. Obviously I'm gonna have to dig into that, but Christmas commercials already? Christ almighty. I would love to not have to get through the rest of the holidays first, you know? All right, hold on. I'm trying to get. He is not a victim. He acts like he's a fucking perpetual victim, but he's not a victim. A tutorial. But there's so many, there's already so many makeup content creators. I feel like there's a million of them. You know what I mean? So what good would a tutorial do for me? You know? I mean, for like you guys. There's so many people out there, though, that do makeup tutorials. I'm like, there's a million of them. I mean, I can, but I don't think that, the guys would really want to watch that. I don't think that they'd be like, oh, cool, let's learn how to do makeup. you know? Yeah, no, it's not your fault. It's not any of the mods' fault. It just happens. I do it myself sometimes, totally by accident. I totally do it by accident all the time, No, you're amazing. Stop that. No, you stop that. You hang up. No, you hang up. Anybody ever remember that when you were a kid? You hang up. No, you hang up. I love you. No, I love you. When we were kids. Oh, God, the good old days, right, guys? The good old days. We do have the best mods, Angela Levy talked to the stalker at CrimeCon and thought there was something more to be said. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to, dig into it. My main concern was the feeling of wanting to unalive yourself, because of that. That's the reason. Why is the camera so? It's not. It's sitting on top of my computer. But I don't even know what that means. You want me way back here? I mean, hey, I'm fucking blind as a bat, so I need to be able to see the screen. Course, as soon as I move. No, it'll actually be a different angle. Probably when you guys see me Sunday, because I'm going to be putting the desk together today. So by the time you guys see me Sunday, it'll be in a different position with a different backdrop in the room. I don't know if I'm going to put it over here. It's L-shaped, so I might put it here in this corner. So that means you guys would see behind me over here. So I think it'll be different. It'll be a little bit more backed up because I will actually have the bigger desk that I can work with. Right now, I'm pretty much up against the wall. I can't go any further back. And I'm moving everything around for the desk anyway. Never. It's good to just have civil discussions, I don't really know. I don't know who's still around. There's a lot, though. If you just go into YouTube and even on TikTok, they have some pretty good ones, Can I get lower eyelashes? Mine didn't grow back after chemo. It's just, so my daughter, actually, she's like, her hair is starting to grow back. They had her doing a chemo for people who have cancer. It's the same kind of chemo for her. She doesn't have cancer, but her immune system and her disease, like that was the course of treatment, was a chemo. And then she had Humira, which, if taken for long periods of time, can create things like hair loss. And so that didn't help either. And so she did lose all of her hair. And so now it's starting to grow back. And the same, like with the eyelashes, it's hard for it to, grow back. And when it does, it's a very slow moving process. But she sometimes will, use whatever, lash kind of stuff. She and I told her, like, to use these. They're glamnetic lashes. It's just an eyeliner, right? You don't have to worry about the glue. It's just a magnetic black eyeliner. You just put it on the top and then whoop, pop it right on. It's not hard. You don't gotta, mess with it, right? No, you hang up. No, you hang up. Oh, me too. I love Halloween decorating. I love it. I have little skulls. I got a big pink one. It's like a big pink one. Bailey Saran, yeah, she does a lot of makeup and talks true crime while she does it, which is pretty cool if you ask me. But listen, I have to put all of my seasonal stuff in my storage and all the, stuff that you don't need anymore, into my storage unit for the summertime. And so that I can start bringing out all the winter stuff, right? Because we don't have a ton of storage here at the apartment. Unfortunately, we have like 3 closets, and that's taken up by your regular belongings. So I don't have the room for, Christmas, Halloween, Easter, like all the boxes of all that stuff. So that all stuff stays in the storage unit, so I don't have to worry about it. Was she a crime con when she had an RO not? Oh yeah, that's no good. Yeah, that's kind of strange. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I mean, you'd like her. She does true crime stories while she's doing her makeup. I forgot. That would be a good person. I don't know if it's exactly a tutorial. I mean, I know she does it like step by step, but I don't know if she explains it. But I mean, it is really cool because she does like true crime stories at the same time, which I think is pretty awesome, Right? That'd be great. The Christmas is the bane of my existence, November and December. Okay. Because you guys have to remember, I have 2 kids' birthdays in the beginning of December. Me and my little's birthday are a week apart, the end of November. My oldest is only a couple days after me in December, and then just a couple days after that is my middle. So, it's the bane of my existence. Okay. I have to do Thanksgiving and Christmas and all of my kids' birthdays. So, I'm last on the list, basically. So I don't usually get to, do celebrations for my birthday or Christmas or anything like that. I am really hoping to just do the one outing for my birthday this year, like I have wanted to for a couple of years now, and maybe get a party bus for us adults, have them take us to a pub or a bar, eat, have some drinks, hang out, dance, get back in the thing, and have them bring us home. And, that would be great, but it is expensive, right? So I'd have to attempt to save the amount of money needed for that, which would be like $700-800 probably, and do all 3 birthdays of my children and Thanksgiving. And see, that's why it's never possible. That's literally why. I'm like, why did you all have to be born around the same 3 week span? For Christ's sakes, girl, listen. It took me with all of my kids, I think it was like a couple times of me sitting there with them, right? And then they started to get it, It is cool. Yeah, it's very, very cool. It's very, very cool. And, she's a big name. It's not like she's a small creator, but I do love to support any and all creators I can, even if they're way, way bigger than me, because when they're doing stuff like that, like she's not out here harming anyone. She's doing true crime and makeup. Like she's, doing the thing. And I think it was a very unique way of going about doing content. It's pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Christmas can be a bad time for people if they've lost people, if, they don't have many family alive, it can be difficult for a lot of people. Oh, hey, Ellen, how you feeling? I was just, yeah, right. How you feeling? I was just about, you're reading my mind, Jesse. I mean, I want to figure it out, like that's the one thing I want to do for my birthday. That's the one thing I want to do. I want, I want one so bad, especially for my birthday. Like I just want to go out with my friends and just have a good time. Like I don't go out, you know what I mean? Once in a while I do, but I don't go out. Like everything surrounds around the kids and my husband, and I don't go out like that, really. I don't have time. I don't have freaking time. And that's the thing, right? Is if there's at least if you live in this area, if there's anybody who's going to be sitting by themselves for Christmas, you're more than welcome to come to my house for Christmas or Christmas Eve or whatever, or Thanksgiving, any of those things. Nobody should be by themselves for the holidays ever. I also have the opinion of everyone should have something to open. That's my, even in adults, everyone should have something to open. So I'm that person that, after you get for the kids, I'm like, all right, what can we get for the adults, that they can, like each person, like, because I never do like, oh, everyone's going to get the same thing. I have to think about each person and what each person would like, you know? I want it to be like a thoughtful, thought out gift for each human. And for me, like kids are going to get a ton of presents, but I feel like the adults also, I feel like, especially if you're going to be around me, I want you to have something that you can open, right? Because I want you to feel like it's Christmas. You should feel loved and appreciated, and for all the things you do all year. And us parents know Christmas is a shit show. You're wrapping presents up until the last minute. You're, you know, doing all this stuff for your kids and other family members. And so everyone should have something to open on Christmas, in my opinion. You know, everyone. We do love you. We love you. I mean, maybe, you know, maybe it's possible, but at the same time, I don't want to, you know, you don't want to like copy someone else's thing. You know, I do think though that people who have skin problems probably could learn a thing or two. But even I struggle with that. I have psoriasis and a lot of rosacea. And so I struggle with really dry skin because of the psoriasis and rosacea. So there's, you know, all sorts of different things that I use, but this actually is something I have found to really be helpful. It's Innisfree. It's green tea seed hyaluronic serum. And there's also a actual lotion for your face that works really well too. And they have some things to sort of tone down the redness and help out in that sort of dryness aspect. But with psoriasis, it'll sop it up and just everything is always dry. So you are not boring. Just because you're a homebody doesn't make you boring, my friend. Some people would rather curl up and read a book or curl up and watch a movie than, you know, go out. Oh no. Well, listen, I feel like we could even do like a nighttime Christmas live stream. You know, maybe not a daytime because I'd be with my kids, but maybe a nighttime Christmas live stream where we could all come together and the people who are being alone, they wouldn't be alone, right? We could do like a Zoom or something, even privately. We could do a Zoom, you know, so everyone can tell a good Christmas story and drink your eggnog or your champagne or your wine or your soda and, you know, just laugh and talk and, you know, not be alone. Yeah, nobody should be alone, in my opinion, you know? Well, you guys, I mean, come on, guys, let's be, you know, nice to each other. I can, yeah. Definitely do that if I need to. Ooh, I love made gifts, like especially if someone makes you something with your name on it or a shirt. Like I love those. Oh, yep, you're like hubby. His favorite holiday is Thanksgiving. Yep, his favorite is Thanksgiving. You know, it's behind a paywall, so I can't go and look. Damn it! I want to go. I want to look. I want to see. You know, I want to see the whole thing. Ooh, a solo vacation. Castor oil? I've never heard of that one. Ooh, I love the ornaments. When someone makes an ornament and like puts your name on it or puts like a funny little saying or something you say all the time, they put it on an ornament. I think that is one of the funnest gifts, right? That's what I need. I need to break out my Cricut and make some Twisted Tragedies ornaments. I think those would be really cool. Those would be fun. A solo vacation though, girl, that sounds like a blast. I love that, Steph. I love that. I freaking love that. I love that, love that, love that. Shell crafting. So, fun story. When I was a kid, my grandparents had a summer cottage, and at the end of the street, it was a dead end for a private beach. And at the top of the street, there was another beach. So, but we could walk right from the summer cottage down to the end of the street. And my grandpa used to get us, when the tide would go down, these big, huge shells like this, huge. And my grandmother would get us the paint. And we would wait for them to dry and we would clean them. And my grandmother would bleach them, the insides of them. And we would paint inside the seashells and on the outside, but mostly the inside. We would paint these little scenes on the inside of the seashells. It was so fun and probably one of the funnest memories as a kid that I have, just sitting on we had like a raised up porch that you could sit on. And, my grandmother had the table and the umbrella. We would put the old school radio out there, right? Radio, and listen to Kiss 108 and Gemini 94.5 and just paint our shelves. And it was so much fun as a kid. So much fun. And so I do a lot of that kind of stuff with my kids. Paint nights and all sorts of stuff like that. Very crafty. We're very crafty. We like that kind of stuff, A Cricut is a crafting machine that does vinyl, heat vinyl and regular vinyl. So you can make t-shirts, you can make cups, and, you design it in like a thing online. And then the machine will cut it out for you. Like you put the vinyl on it's like a sticky sheet that goes into the machine, and it'll cut the entire design out for you. And then you have to weed out the pieces that don't belong there, right? Like all the extra pieces, you pull them all out or whatever. And then you put it on whatever you want, whether it's regular vinyl and you put it on a cup, you gotta, smooth it out and make sure it fits and all that stuff. Or heat vinyl, where you place it on and you have to have a heat press. So I have a big heat press. It's like, for shirts and sweatshirts and pants. And then I have a little tiny one that's about this big. And that's for like hats, shoes, smaller things, Oh, 2 grandkids. Oh, Carol, believe me when I say I've heard similar stories, and still nobody should be alone. Still nobody should be alone on Christmas. It should be a thing where people look forward to spending time with anyone. It doesn't have to be family. You can have friends that are just as good as family. You know what I mean? Just as good as family, I feel like. I don't have a lot of living family either. So I have friends who are family to me, and spending holidays with them is amazing. I don't think anyone should be by themselves, Oh, girl, yes, I feel you. Mine are all right before Christmas, so it's a nightmare. Nightmare. An absolute freaking nightmare. Goat's milk. Ooh, I'm going to have to look at that, Carolyn. Jesse screenshot that for me so I don't forget. Goat's milk cream. Yeah, see, my mother was really good at, she did calligraphy and stuff. I'm not, I can't even draw a stick figure, but I can paint, scenes. But I can't, drawing people, no, not my thing, can't do that. My mother used to do, beautiful calligraphy. I could never do that. I'm not that kind of, artistically inclined, but it's still fun to do, Still fun to do. It's very fun to do. Hey, Claire. So it is me and Claire's friend Lily's birthday, and I just want to say happy birthday to Lily because she's an amazing human being. And it's funny how it's such a small world that both me and Claire know her, but I do want to wish a happy birthday to Lily because she's like the amazing mom I never had, and she just popped out of nowhere years ago, and she is a dear, dear friend, and I want her to have an amazing birthday today. An absolutely amazing birthday. Also, I got an email last night that my merch store is not giving an option to ship to Canada, and so I'm going to look into that today. I don't know why. I don't know why, but we're going to figure it out. I'm going to figure it out. Ooh, you're going to go to Tampa? My brother lives in that area. It's beautiful. You're going to love that weather, girl. You're going to enjoy it for me, too, and text me while you're there. I want to see some pictures of the beach. I want to. I've heard snail serum is a good thing, I've heard. Well, you're not alone anymore, my friend, because you're here, right? So you're not alone. And nobody suffers in silence here. Yeah, my mother was so good at it. So good at it. I am not one of those people that could be good at calligraphy. Not even by a long shot, Yeah, I can't draw on demand either, Wallflower. It's just not my thing. Castor oil, I have heard of this before. Happy birthday, Lily. Yes, happy birthday to my friend Lily. No, it's my friend Lily's birthday today. It's not my birthday. My birthday is actually on Black Friday. Isn't that fun? It was on Thanksgiving last year. This year it's on Black Friday. Oh, that's got to be tough, Carol. Believe me, we almost had to take custody of my husband's niece and nephew, and we were prepared to do it if we had to, so that they would not be going to state custody. Thankfully, the grandparents stepped in and took them, but we were happy to do it. We had them for quite a long time, and they're Irish twins, so they were toddlers at the time. They're 10 months apart. It was around the time I was pregnant with my youngest, and it was a lot, definitely a lot to deal with, but at the same time, I would do anything to keep a kid out of state custody. I was in state custody as a kid. I was abused in foster care. Like, no. Nope. Good morning, Marianne. Oh, I love that you get to see the babies. I bet you're so happy. Yeah, girl, I have fibro. Believe me, I know. I have fibro, and it's awful. It's on top of everything else, POTS, fibromyalgia, tinnitus in this ear. I have myocarditis of the heart, the arthritis, psoriasis, CPTSD, the liver, all the fun stuff, all the fun stuff. I don't get it though. I should be able to, my store should be, it's an online store. It should be able to ship to Canada without a problem. So I got to figure that out today. Someone actually said that to me one time. They were like, you should write a book. And I'm like, that book would be like 17 volumes long if I wrote a book about my life. I kid you not. That's how many, it would have to be multiple. It could not just be one book. It couldn't. It could not. It could not be one, but there's no way I could fit it all into one book. Not by a freaking long shot, Yay, Ellen! Did you get to ring the bell? Did you get to ring the bell? Sometimes they let you ring the bell once all the cancer is gone, and yeah, I already banned them. Massage therapy? I wish. That would be great. They were anything about Kate's hearing. If they were offering her a deal, I was listening and he went live. Okay, I have no idea. I have no clue. I don't even know what to look for that, to be honest, except maybe X. I can look in a second. All right, you know what? I'll look and see if I see anything. While I'm doing that, if any of you would like to donate to the channel, we would greatly appreciate it. It is Friday. We are, as you guys can see, I am trying to be hardly silenced for me to just go away and shut up. You guys have seen how many trolls have come in just today and yesterday. You imagine what I'm getting personally every friggin' day at this point. And I just have to laugh because I'm never going to stop speaking for people who have been bullied and harassed into silence, or myself. I'm not going to be silenced. It's not happening. But he knows that it'll affect people wanting to come over to the channel, wanting to support the channel, and I'm hoping that you guys can show him that's not going to fucking happen. No matter how hard he tries to use other people to do his bidding, that we as a community are not going to allow that to fucking happen. Because that's his goal. His ultimate goal is to stop any support that comes to my channel, stop people from donating, stop people from supporting, watching, et cetera, for me to just go away and shut up. And, we're not going to happen. We're not going to let that happen. So while I look for this for Jesse, if you would like to donate to the channel, we have a bunch of different ways to do so. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have a link in the chat that goes to credit or debit. You can type in any amount you want. You can remain anonymous. You just write anonymous, and I'll just read it as anonymous. Any and all donations help and are greatly appreciated. We are a very small channel. So, we depend on you guys to keep the channel going. And of course he knows that. So that's, the goal ultimately is to stop people from supporting the channel. All right. So let me see. Like Canada Post. I have no idea. I have to look. It's like an online store. So they print it and they ship it. I just design it and put it in my online store for the channel. So I have to see what the options should be other places besides the United States. Canada should be an option for shipping. So I'm going to have to look and see why it's not an option. Maybe it's a setting that I need to turn on. I thought it was, but I'm going to have to look into it today, and then I'll definitely get back to you guys and let you guys know. what it says. All right, let me see if I can find what's going on with Kate's hearing for Jesse. I didn't even know she had court. Jesse told me. Let's see. One second. Happy Friday. Maybe. I mean, it could be. I don't know. I'm going to look into it definitely and see if maybe that's it. Let's see. Sometimes it happens. The postage problem for Canada might be on Canada's end. Our postal guys won't post to the U.S. at the moment because of the tariffs. Customers are being billed at their end and refusing to. Oh, maybe that. But I don't know. Do you think my online store would shut off shipping for Canada though? That's weird to me that it would shut off shipping. You know, why were people talking about Lauren Berry, JJ's like, girl? I have no idea. I didn't hear anything about that. I didn't hear anything about that. I can't even answer that question because I didn't see anything like that today. Could be shipping cost or tariff cost. I mean, I guess it could be, but I feel like it should still be an option, right? And then like to check out with, you know? So I'm obviously going to look into it still and see if maybe that's it. I don't know. I'm looking to see. I don't see anything about Kate. I see nothing. Oh wait. Now will Grant Smith Ellis continue to stalk me at the next date now that he knows the charges are being dismissed? Is he done faking illness so he can finally be deposed? Will I be covering his hearings for unauthorized practice of law? That's why he's running from the deposition clearly. Okay, so I guess it's going to, I mean, according to what Kate wrote, it looks like it's going to be dismissed. For me to get something from Canada, it's $30 to ship because of tariffs. Wow. I don't know. According to what her Twitter says, it sounds like it's going to be dismissed, but I have no idea. I didn't watch it. I didn't know she had court today. I have no clue. That's all I see. I refuse to go on his page because I can't with the ridiculous, if he's going to accuse me of being some like operative, I refuse to fucking listen to a word he says at this point. I'm sorry. I won't do it. Like the amount of people that he keeps like adding to his conspiracy because they don't agree with one single thing he said or one single thing he did, and his audacity to think that he gets to control what I talk about on my channel or how often is fucking absurd. Or because I don't talk about it 24/7 that it's somehow like, no, I'm not playing that game. Sorry, not sorry. Worry about your own fucking channel and what you talk about, Grant, not my channel. I think she was driving though. Like she was driving, so she didn't pull up in front of it. She was literally stopped at a red light, and they were like screaming at her. And I think that's when it's from. Like I don't remember if it was that or if it was from being at the courthouse. I can't remember which one it was. I mean, come on, you can't do both. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't do both. You're so sick, but you can't. I mean, come on, man. That's ridiculous. You know? Did he call her Shrek? I have no idea. I didn't watch that. Someone else said that too, but I have no idea. Yep. That's Kate. No, he should not be speaking on anyone's looks. That's for damn sure. Nobody should really. Well, that's a given at this point. You know what I mean? Hey, Christina, last night I was on the phone. You guys, funny story, right? Christina, I was probably because you know why you probably didn't get notified? Probably because I was like doing it and I did it like, within minutes. And so sometimes when I do it that quick, it doesn't give the notification because I put it up too quick without like an hour's time. But I do want to tell you guys a funny story. So Christina was in chat yesterday, right? And Christina's on my like personal Facebook. So like, I see her stuff like regularly. But she was in chat, right? And my kiddo was trying to like be in the chat, but because we had so many trolls, I think she got timed out accidentally. And so, I mean, I fixed it, but like now, but she was timed out. And so Christina had said, Badusi. So funny. And I was trying to read it the way she wrote it. It's so fucking funny. And I was on the phone with my daughter afterwards and we were fucking dying laughing about that. Dying laughing. I was like, that was so fucking funny. Like, so freaking funny. Aw, I love you for that. I love you for that. I really do. Yeah, see, I won't. Who said, like, oh, yeah, you don't live in the state, right? Damn. Wish you did. It's hard out there, man. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. He wrote up to the article he wrote up to say that James was a dealer. So, like, why? Like, why go after James? For what reason? For what reason? Like, who gives a shit if he did that in his past? Who fucking cares? Like, some people grow up with these opportunities that not everyone has. That not everyone has, right? Oh, you're taking a conspiracy dog walk? You go for it, girl. You go for it. Conspiracy dog walk. The struggle is real. You can fucking say that again. The struggle is absolutely real. And it really, makes no sense to me, the level of insanity that we're dealing with when it comes to this sort of cyber stalking and harassment shit. Like, come on, for real. Like, enough is enough with the stalking and fucking harassing people. And that's what they're doing. So JFK goes off and this is what y'all want to do. Y'all want to stalk and harass them now too? It's not only was it not James' channel, but why go after any of them? For what? For what? For fucking what? I don't give a fuck if he was 18, 30, 50. I don't give a shit how old he was at the time. Who cares, right? If, you know what I mean? Who fucking, I know, right? I forgot about that one, Why? Why should he be ashamed? Does anybody live his circumstances or his life? I don't think they did. I don't think they did. So I don't think anybody has a fucking right to judge. I don't give a shit how old he was when it happened. Okay? I don't give a shit how old he was. I don't care if he was fucking 50 or 60. I care about who he is today and if he tries to do better. I don't care about the whole judgmental, oh, he stole drugs before, he's bad. That's fucking absurd. That's absurd. I'm sorry. Most people who, by the way, sell drugs at some point have an addiction to drugs. So, come on. Most of the time they're selling just to keep up their own habit. It's insane to me. Insane. Like, who gives a shit? It's just a way to try to mock and shame someone and get the turtle riders to harass the ever-loving shit out of him. What I'll say is this. That's not going to be a good idea for all of you. You're dumbasses. Just saying. Okay? I'm from Massachusetts. So I can tell you, Massachusetts people don't tend to take kindly to that kind of bullshit. If you have something to say, that's when you say that shit to my fucking face, because 90% of the time people are not going to say it to your face. They're just not going to, right? To go after James or JFK or Kevy Whip for what? Because they said some shit that was true that you didn't fucking like and you don't want out there because you lost subs because people are figuring out who you are. And so God forbid anybody speak the truth about it, or you're going to harass them into oblivion until they go away. You're going to tell everyone they're bad until everybody repeats that they're bad. I've been dealing with it since 2023. Anybody who knows me in real life would laugh at that. They would fucking laugh at that. I would give the shirt on my back to someone else. So that's just absurd. Okay? Yeah, apparently you are too, right? Remember? I dated a guy. That's the thing. She dated a guy who sold weed at like 19. That made her bad. Okay? You guys, implicating almost like he harmed her or dealt or something that was laced, who knows? Oh, fuck no. They are not even going there. I can't. That's just disgusting. It's disgusting. For anybody who's ever been in an addiction, okay, the people like us who speak our stories, we hope that it gets to other people with addictions who have been through hell in life, and that it inspires them to want to do better or to reach out to us if they're having a hard time struggling. No one, and I don't fucking care who it is, nobody should ever be ashamed to have made it out of an addiction. And that shit comes along with, crimes and drug dealing, and, that's the life, unfortunately. I was fortunate enough to be a dancer, so I made plenty of money, so I didn't have to commit crimes. But some people do. Some people, it is what it is. But to sit there and try to disparage them in some way, shape, or form for doing that in their past, that just goes to show you the level of people we're fucking dealing with. We're talking about a man who has over a dozen felonies right now, who has wiretapped numerous people, who consistently threatens and blackmails people into fucking silence to the point where people are afraid for their safety and have wanted to unalive themselves to stop the harassment from the cult. Okay? And this is like, wake the fuck up, cultists. Wake up. You're applauding this type of behavior. You better hope you don't have a skeleton in your closet, because eventually he'll come for you, each and every fucking one of you. Content creators, viewers, it doesn't matter to him. He's a petty bitch. A petty bitch. If you say one thing that's true that he doesn't like, well, now you're on the list. You're on the list of people he wants to shit on. He thinks, and he said something along the lines in this clip that I have of, everyone else should take responsibility because they're shitty people. Everyone else should take responsibility, and he should make them by, quote, shaming them. But what is he taking fucking responsibility for? Taking any responsibility for all of the threats that he has done in private? The blackmail? The extortion even? The wiretapping? Any of it at all? No. Not even a little. He does this to use people to harass them so that they'll go away and they'll be quiet. That is the goal. Anybody who doesn't see that at this point is willfully ignorant and blind. I will help anybody who gets that's the thing, everyone does. So should we shame everyone who made it out of a bad place in their life? Not everybody had a silver spoon in their mouths. Not everybody's parents had the money to send them to college or pay for a car or get them out of a shitty area. That is not everyone's fucking reality. It's just not. Right? That's it's the same reason why I'm attacked. It's the bottom line. We all know it. We all fucking know it. We all know it. He is mad that they spoke truth about him. That's what I'm saying. It's a completely different lifetime ago. I don't care if it was a year ago or 20 years ago. Your life can change drastically in a very short period of time, right? You don't know anybody else's struggle, and you don't have a right to fucking judge. Everyone has a skeleton in their closet, whether they want to admit it or not. I don't give a fuck who you are. You've probably done or said something you're not proud of. It's about, are you a better person today than you were yesterday or not? Or not? I know, weed. I still see stuff on like cop shows about the cops get so excited when they're arresting someone for weed. And I'm like, this is just, it makes me like sick to my stomach. I don't even smoke weed. All right. I don't like weed. I don't smoke weed. It makes me paranoid. I've smoked weed since I was like 19, but watching people be arrested for weed or charged with something because of weed makes me it irks the fuck out of me. Good for you. Good for you, Ellen. I freaking love that. I love that. I freaking love that. See, that's the stuff right there. Well, they sure will be going to throw those attacks. I would assume it would be sooner than later at this point. You know what I'm saying? like sooner or later. That was the vibe, in my opinion. It was just D-Jack or Jack D and someone with crew. Yeah, shocker. But again, these are fake accounts that they send out to do this shit, you know? As they should. Good for you, Joanne. See what I mean? Good for you. And good for you for sharing it and being proud. Nobody should have to hide the fact that they're in recovery. Come the fuck on. It's not something to be ashamed of at all. He's a giant hypocrite. Let's talk about his vices, his addictions, as if he doesn't have any. Come the fuck on. Everyone has a vice and an addiction, no matter what it is. Shoes, shopping, being a fucking asshole, you know? Ooh, apples. I like my favorite are the green apples because they're like sweet and sour at the same time. I love it. Karma always comes, you know? Always. Same, girl. We've had that same story. Like, I've been on my own since I had my own apartment at the age of 18. And my daughter at the age of 18, 3 days after my 18th birthday. People don't live my life or lived my life. I lived my life. Graduated with a baby. A baby with a disease that nobody could tell me what it was at that point, right? Everyone makes mistakes. That's life. You have to learn. You know? You have to learn from them and move on. You know? I know it is. I know it is. This little thing fell out. Ooh. I have 2 of them that fell out. So the little thingies came out of the wall when I put it. I think my chair bumped them. And funny enough, I might have to rearrange them anyway, because when I put the desk in, it's not even going. Let's see if I can find it. There we go. Oops. It's not even like, but yeah, the things got bumped out. It is. Nobody's getting arrested usually just for that, you know? Hello? Right? Not easy at all. Not freaking easy at all. Oh, so that's the problem, though. What kind of friend does that? What kind of friend uses your pain or your trauma as some sort of gotcha? I don't know anyone who does that. That's what he built his brand on. It's hurting people. The problem with that is he's literally like a gossip column. You know, a gossip column. Same, Ellen, same. Yeah, right. Sometimes it just doesn't move fast enough. You know, it definitely moves. And sometimes it's got to come back around. Hey, Ski. But sometimes it takes too long, you know, right? Sneaker. And so yeah, everyone has one, you know. Oh, God, I couldn't even tell you the last time I bought myself a pair of sneakers years ago. That's something I should probably put on my wish list, is an actual pair of sneakers. Right now I'm wearing my Uggs because my feeties and my legs were cold outside at the bus stop, so I broke out the Uggs this morning. And I do love my Uggs in the wintertime. Sometimes I feel like it just doesn't move fast enough, right? You know? Aww. Are you sure? So I'm sure we can figure it out. We could figure it out to help. You know? Well, so that happens for a lot of people. You know? I mean, to be fair, I took a break in the beginning part of the first time I was attacked. I did the same thing. I took a break. I had to. You know, I had to. I don't blame them at all. I just hope that they come out stronger and they don't allow these people to bully them into oblivion, because I'll tell you, it's hard. It's not easy to deal with that every single day. It is not easy to deal with people disparaging you, making shitty comments about you, you know, insulting you, saying things that aren't true about you constantly. It's not easy. You know, I'm constantly deleting comments and blocking people from my channel that just come there to, you know, whatever. But once they're blocked, once they show themselves, then I never have to deal with them again. They're just typing into the abyss after that. I don't even see it. YouTube literally puts it in some sort of weird abyss where they can see it, but they're the only ones that can see it. You guys can't see it. I can't see it. Once they're blocked and banned, they're typing to nobody but themselves. So, and they don't seem to realize as soon as they make a comment, I get notified within seconds. It's gone before anyone ever sees it besides me. My mods can see them, get rid of them before I ever see them. You know, my children love Crocs, especially my oldest. She likes the ones with the fur inside of them because she has arthritic feet, and those are comfy for her. So he does. He admitted the other day that it was spite and petty revenge. He out loud said it. So it's like, why don't you believe him? Why does nobody believe him? He told you why. Ballerina Uggs. Interesting. Mine are like the higher boots. I've actually had these for, say, 7 years. They were the last gift my Nana ever bought me before she passed. And they were like 2 or 3 years I wouldn't wear them at all. So they just remained sort of in the box. And then after a couple of years, I was like, she's not going to want me to keep them in the box. So she paid money for them so I would wear them. So then I broke them out at that point and, started using them. And so I, sparingly use them because they're in, you would think they were brand new. That's how sparingly I've used them, Okay. Yeah, we don't just say that, right? We mean it. So if someone needs help, we can rally together and figure it out. I can't help as much, but I can try, or I can try to rally people to help, I hope it was a see you later instead of a goodbye, See, you don't like Crocs? Listen, my husband hated them until I got him a pair, and now he loves them. So there's that. I don't own a pair. I'm not a fan of them myself, but hey, I hear they're comfortable. So I don't know if it was him or just somebody who named themselves after him. I'm not really sure what his name is on YouTube. Wants to come back and block from old live streams, and the idiots don't know. Yeah, they have no idea. They're, as soon as they get bear paws. I know a lot of people that like the bear paws instead of Uggs. They're a little cheaper, but they're essentially the same thing, Yeah, their comments are coming in real. Because B-Tim's a rock star, that's why. If I didn't think B-Tim was working right now, I would have him pop on. But I do believe he's probably working. You know what? We're going to send him a link just in case he's not. Or in case he has like a lunch break where he can pop in. Because, yeah, I always love to hear what B-Tim has to say. My buddy. And I appreciate him. Listen, it is a struggle. I'll tell you that much, dude. Food is expensive. So expensive, dude. You know how to tell me. Listen, I struggle too. We all do, right? It's paycheck to paycheck. And it's like, that's the other thing. That's the stuff that they think is like funny to make fun of. Make it make sense to me, Make it make sense. Why is making fun of people struggling a thing? Right? Because that's what it boils down to is these people who are, you can't afford this and you can't afford. No, I can't. I'm fucking poor. I'm poor. That's the bottom fucking line. I am not rich. So yes, I struggle like everyone else on fucking planet Earth. Gee, what a shocker. I'm just honest about it. You know what I mean? Like that's not a fucking secret at all. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Like, come on now. We do. And we do. We support each other. Ellen has a hard time, and there's been quite a few times where she's just, boop, sent a couple bucks and been like, hope it helps, right? And when I have it, I do the same thing. I'm like, send it to her, and I'm like, I hope it helps, right? Like you do what you can for people, even when you don't really have it to do, See, I don't have family like that I could ask for help, unfortunately, It does. It takes the energy to like even ask if you have someone to ask, that's the other part is, people like me and Ellen don't really have many people to ask. There's not people to say, hey, or at least with you might have a couple of friends, but even that, your pride kind of gets in the way and you're like, listen, I can't afford to pay them back. Like, I can't afford to ask to borrow if I can't afford to pay them back, you know? It just is what it is. There's a lot of hatefulness going around. And it's like, here's the thing. Again, friends with both sides of the aisle here. All right. I have friends on both sides. I think the harassment that is happening that Obach is dealing with when it comes to Christy, and she's harassed quite a few people, including myself, over the last 2 years of nonsensical bullshit. Okay. It's not normal. Like, it's not fucking normal behavior to do that shit to people and think it's okay. You don't get to just constantly harass, insult, and do these things. And that is a crime. I don't know what people don't understand about that. It's a crime. And people think hiding behind fake accounts is going to save them. It isn't. If they think a crime is, if the police think a crime or the DA thinks a crime has been committed, all they have to do is send a subpoena to X to get the information and to trace who the fuck you are. And they will. And then you'll be charged. They send a subpoena in for a John or Jane Doe, and they can get the information. People just seem to think because their name is not on it that they'll never be found. That's not the way it works. And I think people are going to find out shortly how it works, how that process works. You know, it's amazing to me the way they think it's okay to do. I would never, ever, ever get behind fake accounts and go and troll and harass someone. What's the fucking point? If I have something to say, I'm going to fucking say it, because I would say it to your goddamn face. That's the difference. Okay? That's the difference. I'm going to say it from my name, from my account, because I want people to hear what I'm saying. If it comes from some random account, what good does that do? What good would that do? You know? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. You know? Oh, no, that's not okay. That's not okay. See, that's what I mean. That is not okay. It takes less energy to just, if you don't like someone, just stay away from them and they'll stay away from you. It's really not that hard, you know? But what I won't do is I will not sit here and I will not allow him to bully people, harass people into oblivion to the point where they want to unalive themselves, to the point where they're afraid for their families, they're afraid to leave the house, they're getting constantly bombarded, and I'm just going to sit here silent? No, I don't think so. There's a big difference between being obsessed with it, because that's his excuse all the time about when anybody talks about him, is they're obsessed with me. No, there's a big difference. Obsessed would be like some fanatic fan, which is what you have going on over there in your cult. Okay? That's a thing over there in your cult, right? That's obsessed. This is not turning a blind eye to all the victims that come to me for help. I'm not going to do that. I am not going to do that. I'm not going to turn my back on them. I am not going to not talk about it. I'm going to draw the attention where it belongs, and to the people creating that kind of cyber harassment and cyberbullying. Why doesn't somebody ask the turtle why he doesn't tell his viewers, and I think JFK did ask him this, to not harass people? His response to JFK, and this should be very telling to anyone, is I'm not going to do that. Why not? I don't do that. And then his answer, which was hypocritical at best. I don't control them, but you do. That's how brainwashing and cults work, right? That's exactly what you do. You give the dog whistle that someone's bad, you talk shit about them, and then your mob of lunatics goes and trashes that person over and over and over and over and over. That's a dog whistle, okay? He blows the little dog whistle, and it happens. Why is he not going to say, like I give almost every streamer, at least every other, I say, do not go and harass anyone. Do not. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. Do not. Absolutely not. Do not do it. I don't condone it. It's not okay. Do not do it. He'll never say that, because that is what he perceives as his control, which is to have these people do what he wants people to do. This is why when he makes these private threats, and once again, I have receipts on this, It's always the same couple lines. I will make you Turtle Boy famous. I will destroy you. Do you know what I can do to you? Why don't you watch my blog later on? Sort of these veiled threats. And then there's some direct threats, of course. But the same lines over and over and over. Because he uses his viewers to do it for him. That's his perceived control, right? That's not okay of any creator to do at all. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to be bullied into silence. I'm not going to fucking do it. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm okay with anybody being bullied, harassed, or to feel unsafe, or to feel like they need to end their own lives to make all of it stop, to make the lies stop, to make the fucking rumors stop, to make people stop harassing them. No one should feel like that. Nobody. No fucking buddy. Nobody, right? And again, I think back to my dad, and maybe that's why it affects me so much. I think back to my dad. Like, again, for those of you who haven't been watching me all that long, you know, I have a biological dad and a stepdad who was my dad my whole life. And, you know, he never treated me anything other than my dad, you know, his oldest daughter. He died when I was 21 of suicide, and he resides inside of this necklace. Okay. And I think about my dad, and I think about if my dad had been brave enough to tell us what kind of heartache he was dealing with, what kind of trauma he was dealing with, that maybe, just maybe, he'd still be here with us today. Okay. And it's probably one of the main reasons why I don't shut up and I don't just go away, even after being harassed daily by these people. And they say some of the most deplorable, disgusting things to me, privately, publicly. It's gross. It's fucking gross. But I am not going to not speak, especially for the people who depend on me to use my voice because they're too afraid to use theirs. If I go away and I stop talking, then what happens to them? Other people are too afraid to speak up. They're too afraid. People have said it publicly. They are too afraid to speak up. Why does that sit right with anyone? Why? Why is that okay with anybody? The funny part about it is the people doing the harassing and the insulting, they wouldn't be okay if it was their mother, sister, brother, child, cousin, uncle, friend. If it was happening to anybody they knew or cared about, that wouldn't be okay at all. But because it's not, right? They're okay to pile on to other people. I do not condone the harassment of anyone. But I won't sit here and remain silent. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to grab something real quick. While I'm doing that, if you would like to support the channel, which is exactly what he tries to stop, I think we've only gotten one donation thus far, and it was this morning from Donna, so thank you, Donna. We appreciate you. That's what he's trying to stop. He's trying to stop any support from coming here so that I can't run the channel, can't cover the costs, and I have to shut down. That's the whole point, right? It's the way to suppress me, make me go away, get frustrated, whatever. Let's please show him that that's not going to fucking happen. Let me grab what I need to grab real quick. I'll be right back. I'm just going to put it on mute, and my mods, they're in there. They can watch this stuff. And just give me 2 seconds. Be right back. Oh, that's what I was saying. In the meantime, my little coffin thing's right next to my foot here. In the meantime, if you would like to support the channel, there are one of many different ways: Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. We have a link in the chat that you can do credit or debit. You can enter any amount. You can remain anonymous. All of that information is also in the description of the video here on YouTube, including our Amazon wish list. All right, give me 2 seconds. Be right back. Yes, it does. I pay around $50 a month just for the StreamYard, unfortunately. You know, it's funny. Last year it was like, $20, I think. And then they increased it by more than 50%. It was bullshit, in my opinion. But yes, it costs money to run a channel, right? StreamYard's the $50. Then you have things like vidIQ, which I have, and things like you have Canva, so you can make your thumbnail. So I run about 6 or 7 different costs on top of internet and all the other, you have to have a boost of it so that it's not taking up all your streaming uses a lot of internet. So I have about 7 different monthly costs and one that bills weekly to do this, right? So yeah, it does. That's the thing, and they're not cheap, unfortunately. StreamYard used to be cheaper, and then they realized people were using it a lot, and they increased it by 50%. It's like, okay, I would have been okay if they increased it from 20 to maybe 30, but they went from 20 to 45 plus tax, so it ends up being almost $50 every single month. That's crazy. It's crazy to me. Absolutely freaking bonkers. Oh yeah, no. So then, so it's probably 9 different costs, because then you have to pay for your Shopify. That's your storefront. You have to pay for that monthly. It's a shit show. It's a shit show. The amount of things you need to run all these things at once costs money. All right, let's see. Right? Me too. Same. I'd rather leave this earth knowing that I did everything I could to help other people in any way that I could, instead of being a selfish fucking human or a greedy human. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that. Missed you. Hurt people, then they're just horrible people. That definitely is true, my friend. Yep, if you haven't hit the subscribe button, definitely. Yeah, so that's 20 hours. So that's the thing too. If you run out of I've already maxed out my limit on StreamYard for how many hours of video they'll save. So you have to pay an extra $5.99 a month to get so many extra hours to save the video. It's nutty. Okay, the stuff that they charge for these days, it's absolutely bonkers. No, yeah, we did. People were asking some really good questions about that. I think it was yesterday, and I was answering them, because a lot of people don't talk about that. Streamers don't talk about that. All right, you guys want to see my pink skull? All right, this is my pink skull decoration for Halloween. And you guys know I love pink, right? That's my favorite color. Nobody will ever take that from me. But this thing is badass. I'm just saying. Hello, guys. Hello. This might be the diary of a wimpy sewer turtle, too. I'm Aidan Kearney. Be afraid of me. I love this guy. All right. Lots of fuckery. You missed about 100 trolls already, Miss GNX. Yesterday and today. At least 100 at this point. And then I brought my costume, because you guys know I was going to be Poison Ivy, but it wasn't going to come in time. So I had to actually physically go into the store with Ashley yesterday and pick out my secondary costume, okay, which was a fire girl. Okay, so this is my secondary costume. And so here it is. This is my Halloween costume. It does come with a hat, in case anybody was wondering. But I am now a blazing babe. I have boots, and these Ladberries here, I bought the ones that I love to buy when I wear these kinds of costumes, which are the ones with the gems on them, because they're freaking adorable and I love them. So they have little gemstones all over them. So that is the costume that I am wearing for the party. You're insane. No, child. No. Right? But a lot of fuckery, right? Yep, blazing babe. That's me, blazing babe. I'm going to be a blazing babe. That'd be amazing, right? Listen, that's why Halloween is my favorite holiday, because I can dress up and be a little kid, right? And I feel press F if to pay your respects So the last ounce of Turtle Boy's self-awareness, it went out of the window. It's like those little things like, please press 1. Like, please press F to pay your respect to Turtle Boy's last ounce of fucking self-awareness, y'all. Good afternoon, Ashley. Like, can someone tell him that cyber harassment's like not a personality type? Not a thing. Just FYI, guy. Like, we were talking about the same kind of guy that sends himself hate mail and sends himself donations to read questions so that he can queue up something on someone on purpose. I kid you not. He literally reads fake donations and questions so that he doesn't seem petty when he talks about it. He'll pretend someone else asked the question so that he can talk about that thing. I fucking kid you not. I kid you not. Something he's been doing for years. You know, it's unfortunate. From now on, every post he has, I'm going to have somebody write, warning, warning, digital stalker detected, Wi-Fi Menace Chronicles. Insane to me. Okay, let's see. He is a baby back bitch. I feel like I didn't clip that one. Did I clip that one? that whole song I did on being a baby back bitch, you know? It is a welcoming one. It's what I've built on purpose because I want people to be able to have civil discussions without fucking tearing each other apart, right? So if there's something we don't agree on, we can agree to disagree, you know? We can agree to disagree. I knew a long time ago that's what, it's exactly what he does, you know? I mean, he does it on purpose. I mean, I do have, like the link up there. People can enter any amount they want, and I can read their little comment. But the people who are here can verify that that it's their comment, right? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's insane to me. And you never hear any of those ridiculous, absurd comments in anybody else's thing. You know, all of his accounts of fans are probably himself. Well, a lot of them are himself. You know, oh, I love that, Joanne. You know, I've heard from a lot of people who actually said the same thing, that they wouldn't have because, he said bad, so that means bad, right? But they heard from someone else that that's not the case, right? They heard from someone else that's not the case. And so it's amazing to me. It's amazing, you know? Hold on a second. See, this is what I mean. Like, we have the troll here who says that I have no education, right? I do. That's a lie. I went to college. No career. That would be a lie because, once again, I had a career working in the prison system. So that's a bull-faced lie. I am now a stay-at-home mom. There is no shame in that at all. No house. Well, no shit, Sherlock. I mean, unless you're going to give me $600,000, most people don't have houses these days. They rent, like I'm renting. No money. I didn't know living paycheck to paycheck was like a bad thing. I get a paycheck, but it's not a lot. So I didn't know that magically meant that you're bad. Interesting, huh? And my husband is exactly the same. This person tries to claim my husband has no job. My husband works over 50 hours a week. Just FYI. Also, he's educated, so that makes no fucking sense. So, never got an education, so that's just bull-faced lie. Typical worthless trash bag. All of that. What does that say about you? What does that say about the person writing it? You don't know me. You clearly don't know my husband. That man is a workhorse, so clearly you know nothing about him at all. So to me, it's like, these are the type of people who out themselves as being garbage, human garbage. Like, what do you think it says about you to say something like that about someone else that you don't know just because Turtle Boy told you to, or he said you're bad? What does it say about you as a person? It doesn't say anything about me. It says it about you. This is what they don't seem to grasp. You're showing the world who you are. You're showing the world that if the cult leader, I'm following you back, Joanne. I see you, my friend. Like that, it goes to show who you are as a human being. Like the way you disparage someone else shows who you are. When I talk about Aidan, it is facts. These are not debatable. They're facts about him. Actual real life facts. You know? And I've talked to so many free Karen Read people over in the last, couple of weeks. I mean, every sort of month I hear from a couple of them, but a lot more in the last, I think, month. And to me, it's like people could have had these conversations a long time ago if it wasn't for Aidan. He fosters this community of hate and anger and vitriol, and he said they're bad, so they're bad, and God forbid you criticize anything he does and say, hey, maybe that's over the line. Then he starts berating the commenter in his own chat, probably somebody who's donated to him many, many times. He has berated somebody while they're donating to him because he didn't like what they said. If they were like, hey, let's not talk about this, or hey, maybe don't you think it crosses the line, he goes berserk. If you think he does that in public, what the fuck do you think he does in private? Come on. Come on. Open your goddamn eyes. You know? Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep. Those are amazing. I think I got one fun $500 one. That was Tracy, I believe, which was a very nice gift. We don't usually see, I'm a small channel. We don't see large donations like that usually, I think the largest besides 500 is usually 100, which is always generous. So the guy tells me I need new license plates if they are dollar rubbed off. Yeah. Yep. That's true. That's actually true. If they're like rubbed off a little bit now, you have to get new ones, which is like, okay, so you want me to pay for brand new ones, Joanne, you're not the only one. I have people who literally watch for months before they ever comment or feel comfortable commenting. They think, and some free hear and read people think that if they comment that they might get attacked. And at least here, I know in other chats, maybe that's true, but that's not usually true here. Well, yeah, also if you're being fed a narrative, right? And which is what the sewer turtle does. He feeds a narrative, which is best by saying to everyone else is bad and he is good, and everyone else is a scumbag, and everyone else is a loser and a criminal and a scammer and a liar, except him. It's a lot of projection, Sam. He does a lot and has done a lot of projection. I kid you not when I say his brain should be studied one day, because I have never met someone who has been that delusional to the point of projection where they project everything that they've done themselves onto other people all the time. At that level, I've never seen before. We do. We love our members. We do. I know. He is. Anybody who knows him would say that exact same thing. That's the funny part. So to say anything about him means that you clearly have no fucking clue what you're talking about, at all. Yeah, that happens to me daily on Twitter. These people start tagging me and talking shit, He never stops working, right? My husband never stops working. That's literally all he does is work. The man has to sleep, right? He doesn't make millions of dollars. He's got a family to take care of. Back when my daughter had her quinceañera, her dress was like $500. And my husband just like me, is not her biological father, but is her dad nonetheless, because he's been in her life most of her life. And so to her, that's her dad. Now, do you think her biological dad, he was going to pay us back for half of the dress, right? Obviously, we knew that probably would never happen, and it didn't. But my husband had no problem forking out that money to cover whatever my daughter wanted for her quinceañera dress, happily, you know, because that's the kind of person that he is. He's an amazing human being. And anybody who would say otherwise, especially about him working, the man is a literal workhorse. He worked at the same job for 10 years and never called in sick. There was 2 times he ever called in and it wasn't sick. One was me giving birth and the other was me being rushed to the hospital. He was never late and never sick. And the only times he called in were those 2 times in 10 years. What does that fucking tell you? You know what I mean? Working 12, 14-hour days at that job, 6, sometimes 7 days a week. I mean, come on. Nobody's going to yell at you, you know? I teach my children to be kind to others. And if there's someone sitting by themselves, like, talk to them, make a friend. Don't fall into that trap of just believing what everyone else is saying. It's not okay. You know, make your own opinion on someone based on how they treat you. You know, I told Jesse the secret. Oh, they do. They sure do. So Ashley said, because there's people listening instead of, watching, but they said, we know they're facts because victims come here all the time and share their stories. And unlike Aidan, every victim tells the same identical story, including what he did to me, proven Aidan lied. But, that's the thing, right? Meanwhile, one of his mods is vicious. If you dare speak about anything not approved or off topic, let me guess. Erica? Shocker. Funny how he's so sick to be disposed, but can go harass people. I agree. I don't know what the fuck Grant's doing. That's crazy to me. It doesn't make any sense. So trouble is my printer's not hooked up and I can't figure it out trying to do it wireless through Bluetooth. Or if you send me a message, I can try to help you. Is it Bluetooth? Or do you have to have it plugged in? Because mine's like Bluetooth. I haven't used mine in years though. I love Tracy too. She's one of my favorite people. Me and her are a lot alike. A lot alike. He attacks people on air who don't donate enough. That's crazy to me. I never, listen, there are people who will send a $2 super chat, a $1 super chat, a $3 super. I appreciate any and all. Look, if it was only about money and not also my voice, yes, the money is a part of it. A, it's how I make a living. B, I can't do this without covering the costs, right? I can't. It's just, that's the bottom line. I can't afford to. But to sit here and act like you can't donate enough for him, that's so disgusting to me. Look, I've been here 2 hours and 20 minutes and yesterday was a decent day. I was only here 2 hours and 45 minutes. I made a okay amount for a small channel. It was able to cover the costs and help me for this Halloween party this weekend. But this is what I mean. I've been here 2 hours and 20 minutes and I've gotten 1 donation from Donna earlier. So it's most people, if I was such a grifter, I'd be gone a long time ago, I'd be gone. Wife went from a desktop to a wireless laptop. Now I attempted to hook up. Well, you can hook it up through the laptop or you can do the Bluetooth option. But if you want to send me a message, I can try to help you afterwards. But we may not agree with their opinions. We always agree to disagree, but that doesn't make them bad people. Exactly. You don't have to agree with everybody about everything. You're never going to. I don't know how anybody would go through life being I don't agree with someone on one thing, so they're awful and they're terrible. That's crazy to me. It doesn't make any fucking sense, We even accept turtle riders because if they come here with honesty in their heart for information, they're welcome to, as long as it's not trolls. Well, that's the thing. Some of these people end up figuring out they were duped and they were employing cult behavior, and it's unfortunate, right? It is unfortunate. But they end up figuring it out after a while. And it's when they do figure it out, I'm the one who gets the message. I'm sure there's other people that they message too, and it's the same story every time. that they realized what they did. They realized they were just buying whatever he was selling at that point. They realized that they weren't thinking for themselves. They were just doing and saying whatever they thought he wanted them to, right? I love that. I love that, making changes. I love that. I mean, my dad was my world. I got this tattoo for my dad when he passed away. It says Daddy, and it's a cross with angel wings and rosary beads. And I didn't meet my biological dad until I was an adult, but even my biological dad said that he appreciated all the things that my dad did to raise me, because he did a great job. And so I am blessed to have my daughters, you know, 2 of them out of the 3 have an amazing stepdad. You know, otherwise, I'm glad that they got the same type of dad I did. He doesn't treat them any differently than if they were his own, you know? So, you know, and I've seen parents that do that, you know, 1 out of the 3 of mine are his. And, you know, some people will treat the one that is theirs better than the other ones. He doesn't do that. My dad didn't do that. And, you know, they're blessed to have him, you know? That is hard. Thank you, Andrea. Oh, thankfully my labor came early every single time. LG said, Ashley, I've had some pro-TB people reach out and be kind to messages. I try to keep my faith as more good than evil. I do too, but sometimes, you know, it's hard. Don't you love Christicles, epic pixicles, trolling the haters? I do. I love them. I do. MC Kelsey was here the other day, and you talked for a while, and then go on spaces. You talked shit about me after I came down. So why didn't you say any of that while I was up and I could defend myself while I was in the speaker position? You wait until I'm not in the speaker position anymore to say anything. It's interesting, isn't it? And the shit he was talking basically was, you can't be friends with me because I think Karen's guilty. That's absurd. That's such a ridiculous argument. That'd be, again, like saying someone with the same religion as you is bad because they don't believe the same thing that you do when it comes to religion. And that's your religion, so you cannot be friends. That is absurd and nonsensical. If that's the way you think, then you're losing your critical thinking skills. You cannot go around life being like, well, I don't agree with one person on one thing that I feel strongly about, therefore they must be bad and I could never speak to them. That's not normal. That's not fucking normal. You know, I don't know, his siblings are semi-normal, so I don't know. You know, it's a good fucking question. You know, he's a lonely, insecure guy. You know? A lot of people do. USB plugged into laptop. Wireless icon is lit on printer. So there should be something that pops up on the laptop that says to download. Sometimes it's called a key. And sometimes it'll just be something that pops up for you so you can connect them. Even though they're connected already, usually there's something that pops up on the laptop. Once you connect it, you need to be able to get into that before it'll work. Yeah, he's clearly a very insecure, lonely guy. It's not populated anywhere. Weird. Oh yeah, YouTube takes a huge cut if you donate through YouTube. If you just do it through like Cash App or PayPal or something, that's why most creators prefer it that way instead of through YouTube, because YouTube does take a pretty penny. We accept anybody interested in the truth, and Jesse is a true, kind-hearted person, duped by Aidan, but because you got duped doesn't make you a bad person. You can get away from his mob with love, and you can get away from it, but it's hard. It's fucking hard for people. Listen, I love when they say some shit like that. Grifter. If I was a grifter, I would just kept screaming free care and reading to the abyss and made all of the money. Make that make sense. Make it make sense, right? So that's my biggest problem, though. If they keep saying that everyone else did it for clicks, what did they do it for? They're just talking about themselves. If everyone else is a grifter, TurtleBoy's a grifter. If everybody else needs to get a job, TurtleBoy needs to get a job. Do you see how that works? Do you see the hypocriticalness of it? It can't be everyone else but him is allowed to do all the things he does except him. Make it make sense, right? He calls people all these things, and it's all the same things he does. So what does that make him? I'll take hypocrite for 700, Alex. Not only is that argument lame, it's fucking stupid. It makes no sense. And the only reason to use that argument is to just try to disparage people and say, that is diabolical, considering he did know about the illness of my fucking daughter. That was a bold-faced lie for him to claim he didn't know, pretend he didn't know. Oh, I had no idea. Yeah, he did. He fucking did. That's how you lie, right? Adderall brain. Probably is. Probably is. It's unfortunate, you know? I tell her all the time she married me because of him. Aw. Aw. I love that. I love that. See, I love when people keep in touch with their teachers. That means that teacher was doing something right, you know? If you want to keep in touch with a teacher, that means that teacher, you know, really helped you out in life in a way that they lifted you up, and you remember it now still, you know? Oh, yeah. And he's still, I mean, you got a dead turtle, so I'm guessing he's still, or his minions are still stalking you. It just goes to show. He does everything for clicks and views. Why do you think that he admitted he has nothing else to talk about? He literally just admitted that. It's like, right? I mean, she's been stalked by him even longer, right? So 3 years, but think about that, you know? But it's like, if he admits it, they still it bypasses their brains. He admitted it to you, and you still don't get it. I don't know what anyone else could say to make them understand. It takes until they're attacked, or until somebody they love is attacked, for them to realize the amount of lies and the amount of spin and narrative that he does. They do not understand it until it happens, right? Then they're like, I should have listened. I did not realize that he would spin things or change this narrative or make it out to be something it is not, or make shit up or spread rumors. They don't realize he'll do that until it's done to either them or someone that they care about. And that's unfortunate, you know? My dad passed 3 days after I turned 13. That's tough. My sisters were much younger when my dad passed. So I was 21, but I'm 7 and 9 years older than my sisters. So my sisters were still in school when my dad passed. And that was really hard for them too. My mom raised 4 of us. She was please tell her thank you for her service. She was if you know, she's still here with us. WW2 Army Sergeant, worked and did the best she could. I really don't know how she did it. She just buckled down and did it, even though it was hard. It's what us parents do, you know? I can't. Popped. Goddamn popped up. I've thought about that, but then I feel like there's a difference between members only and subscribers only, right? You have subscribers only, which is anybody who's subscribed, and then members only for people who are only, you know, who pay for the membership. And I'm like, I think we're at like 60 or something, maybe 60 members. I'm like, I don't feel like that's enough to do a members only stream. I want to get to a point where there's enough for everyone to be there, you know? But I am going to be putting out members only shorts for now until we get to that sort of thing where it's going to be worth it for everybody to be able to be there, you know? Lots of deflection over there. Do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, I think it's a struggle for everyone, but it's to the extreme with him. Everyone else is a grifter and everybody else should get a job except him. Make it make sense, you know? That's the other thing. He does that for not donating enough. He does that for people giving him a little bit of criticism, like just saying simply, move on. He berated a woman for just saying, move on. That's all she said. Move on. That's it. That's it. The select few who wanted to be gatekeeper for TV turned out to be the nasty ones that they alone should run stuff and don't speak. Well, we tried to warn people, though, about that. That's something that they've been doing for quite some time now, you know, behind closed doors. And we tried to, you know. Well, that's the thing, right? Allegedly, he can say whatever he wants, but he's essentially like a gossip. Yeah, the $5 minimum, right? The $5 minimum. That's his thing. $5 minimum. You know, I don't think JFK was. Listen, all creators are here to, you know, be creative and make a little money if they can. Like, that's the whole purpose, right? And we all should. It's our job. But when you're over the limit is when you're sitting there using this as a platform to attack people relentlessly. That is not okay. It is illegal, okay? And it's actually against the terms of service of YouTube, right? He did play music, which will kill your channel. So any money anybody donates, if you play music, and I tried to warn people of this, I don't know why he didn't just shut off the super chats at that point, but if you play music, it's a copyright. So YouTube will shut your channel down itself, like right in the middle of a stream for playing music because it's a copyright. And so all of the money that anyone donated throughout that entire stream, you will not see a penny of it. It'll go to the people who own the rights to that music. So I also don't want people flushing their money down the drain either. You know, like I don't want people donating and then that happening. So I wish he would like take it off the super chats and have people just donate directly instead of through there, because essentially what they would be doing is just money going right down a drain, you know? So yes, no, he wouldn't be making any money off of it because it would all go to the people who own the copyrights to the music, essentially, you know? So, I mean, most people who are creators know that. Aidan knew that. Aidan knew that. He's just a fucking liar. You know, you can't even have background noise of a TV or you get a copyright strike. That's why I am so like anal when it comes to background music or background noise from a TV, because you'll get a copyright for that, you know? Of course he deflects. That's what he does. That's what he does. It's literally what he does. I don't know about TV. I follow cases going to trial and then watch the trials. We do trials and stuff here too. You know, hopefully this Brian Walsh trial will be starting soon. After the first trial, I watched 5 minutes of one of his lives, and nope, he's the opposite of me. He's the opposite of a lot of people, you know? He's the opposite of a lot of people. A lot. The 26 minutes where he vehemently denied that it existed because he didn't think anybody else had it. You know, like make it make sense. Talking about something or someone a lot is raising awareness. They just say obsessed because that's exactly what happens. Not only am I raising awareness, but there are people who cannot speak because they have been threatened and blackmailed by him into silence. I speak because they cannot, right? We've gone over many cases here. We've done trials. We go through many cases. But the last 2 weeks, it has been something that I need to address because it is unfair to the people who cannot speak, right? It is unfair to the people he is harming with his bullshit. Aw, LG sends 20 bucks and says, appreciate you. No, appreciate you, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I mean, that's the thing. It's entertainment at the same time. Like we make plenty of jokes here. We talk, even if I'm doing a stream like this, we still talk about other things. We just always delve into some other topic as well. It's just what we do, you know? Can someone explain why denying Kate's plea is good or bad for her? Please, plea deals are agreed by both attorneys. Why would judge deny it if there's a conflict or not? So it wouldn't. The judge wouldn't deny it. If it's agreed on, nobody's going to deny it. I mean, judges can deny it, but they don't normally. 90% of the time, they agree to, if the district attorney and their attorney and the person's attorney agree to a plea, most of the time that's what goes through. It's very rare that the judge goes, wait a second, I don't like this deal, and I'm rejecting it. Again, I have no idea what happened in the hearing because I didn't see it, watch it, have any idea it was even going to be on today. So I couldn't really comment more than that, but that's essentially what usually happens, which is one person and their attorney agree with the DA, they make an agreement, they sign the plea agreement, and usually the judge puts it through. That's 90% of the time what happens. Yeah, there's quite a few of you, you know? It is hard when the victims tell a story. Imagine the ones that can't speak publicly. And imagine the things I know from that, you know? So that recording of Phoebe and Karen Reed barking at each other was recorded with permission? No, it was not. Nope. It was recorded without her knowledge. And then it was leaked. He let people listen to it. He let Meredith listen to it. And then he let other people listen to it. He sent it to someone and then it leaked from there. Shocker. You have to think about it. Why would he record her? Just the same reason why he recorded, and I'll tell you why, because he's done it to other people. And do you know what he uses it for? He uses it to go to them and say, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to release this. Do you think he was doing it for shits and giggles? This is my point to the people who argue, like, well, even if he did record it, like maybe he was never going to release it. Yeah, if he was going to use it for blackmail, but he was still going to say he was going to release it to use it for blackmail. You think he recorded it to listen to it on a fucking rainy day? You know, he does. And then me and you know, it's constant. So let's talk about obsessed, right? Let's talk about fucking obsessed of a man who can't stop talking about people that he doesn't, you know, like. It's fucking weird. Hold on a second, guys. We're getting something happening over here that I don't fucking like. Hold on. Weird. I gotta do digging on that. That's fucking weird. For Christ's sakes. Oh shit, my comments just like went all the way to what's happening here. It is. Absolutely it is. 100%. Also, he's just not a good, you know. I got a question. Does he direct it? Well, both. Both. It's both. Blind loyalty for some people, and some it's because he has like a multitude of sock accounts and he'll just give them the logins and be like, have at it. So it's the answer is both. Hey, R, nice to see you, my friend. But yes, he's not a very good attorney and he screwed his own client over. Let's just be real here. He screwed his own client. There's 499 of you. I know that there's 367 of you over on X, but I'd appreciate if those of you who are at least over here on YouTube hit that like button real quick. Even if you gave him $5 just to ask him about a question about one of his many lies, he'll bounce you and harass you just for questioning him. You're his next public target, and that's exactly what happens. He plays the same songs over and over. I think he has bought some copyrights with those programs. I mean, you can, but if they're like old school rap R&B songs, like I've heard him play, you can't buy the copyrights to those. Those are not one, like you have to play royalty-free music. You can't buy the copyrights to old songs like that. Those copyrights are owned by the companies that put those out. There's no way to buy the copyrights to those. So, and I've heard him say like that, you know, I think it was the night that the Turtle was on, and he was like, "You make money off this?" He was like, "Money? I don't make money. I play music." And so, like that was JFK's way of telling you guys, like, he plays music. So the money, if you play music, YouTube will revert that any money you made and give it to the copyright owners of any of the music that you played. It's the way it works. That's why you don't, you know, see people playing music unless it's royalty-free music that they have paid for the licenses for. And so regular old school songs are not royalty-free music that you can pay for the copyright of. Those are owned copyrights. There's no way to own a copyright to that, you know? But he does play some of his own music. But I do know that YouTube will sometimes even strike that, not knowing that it's his own music. He'd have to send something in each time saying this is my own music. So it's kind of a fucking pain in the ass, you know? It's kind of a freaking pain in the butt. Because I mean, that's the smart thing to do, right? Play your own music because you would own that as your intellectual rights. So yes, always the like button, my friends. Always. I know we are trial deprived at the moment, but you know, Brian Walsh is coming up. Lindsay Clancy's that's going to be a tough one for some people, but that's in the beginning of the year. There are a couple, you know, coming. There's a couple. Called To Curse You Out. Oh, that's no good, right? Look at how much money I've spent. How is I mean, I can't believe the audacity of that. That's crazy to me. That's insane to me. But I do think that his connection to Aidan is definitely hurting Kelsey. He also didn't come with any evidence. You can't, buddy, like, you're not helping your client, you know? You're not helping your freaking client. Yes, he did. Yes, he sure did. Does it to many people, Emily. Many. Yes. Bingo, Carol. Bingo. You can pay for samples, but it's very expensive. Yeah. I mean, I have a program that I pay for that has like royalty-free music that I put in my clips, and even those I got a copyright strike on. Had to go through the entire process of appealing it. It took 48 hours, so my clip was down for 48 hours while I appealed it to the music that I have the license to, because I pay for it monthly for all this music to have these licenses to. And even that they tried to strike me for wrongly. So it's definitely a huge pain in the butt, you know? Yeah, that's the other thing. It depends on like where you go with but some of them are credits. Like when I use Office Clip to make the clips that I've been making, like that's every time I make one, it's 1 credit I can post everywhere else except X. It has to use 1 credit every time I post to X. Insane to me. Every other place, it doesn't use my credits. It uses my credits for time. So if I take an hour of my live stream and ask it to make clips out of that hour of live stream, that's 60 credits, and they only give you like $3.50 a month, and then you got to buy more. It's a whole shit show, you know. Welcome for being a member, Tanya. Thank you so much for purchasing your membership. Yep, Corey Richens. Yep, that's another one that's coming that we cover. Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do with the appealing and stuff. It's a pain in the ass, though. YouTube is just a pain in the ass in general. You guys know this. Oh, Emily, thank you for buying your membership. Love that. I love that, you guys. I love that. I freaking love it. I love when you guys pop up your memberships or you gift memberships. I love the gifting memberships because it likes to give people who have been here a while their own membership, who might not be able to afford it otherwise, which I absolutely freaking love. I love when it makes other people happy. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Yes. We have a Discord. Yep. And for those of you who are just popping in, let's make sure that we, remember that these constant attacks that are, Tanya bought some memberships for you guys. Let's see who gets them. Miss Leah, Deb, Kanan, Tori, Brandy, Clay's godmother from Buffalo. Congratulations. I don't think any of those people are here right now, or they're just watching. So we're shaking the bush. It's what's called shaking the bushes. So if they're watching and not commenting, they just got their memberships. I love that. Shaking the bushes there, shaking the bushes. It essentially shakes what we call the bushes and shows people who might not be commenting but are still watching, and they get their memberships. But I love it. I love it. I don't know. I don't know how much his, I know he has this little cult thing on that he charges through his website for people to watch on a specific day, but then he also has I don't know. He double charges. I don't know. I'm trying, that's for sure. I mean, at what point though are they going to have to drop him? Right, Miss GNX? At what point are they going to have to drop him? Want to know why? Because shocker to everybody here, me and Essie are actually friends. Right? I've gotten to know her. She's gotten to know me as humans. Right? Instead of as, what do you believe in the Karen Reed case? And we need to hate each other because of it. Right? And that's happened with many, many people. Right? So that is something that I think everyone should do. Again, Aidan created that hate and vitriol and anger. Do you think anybody else covered that case, that amount of anger and hate and vitriol and harming other people? Do you think that would exist if he wasn't the one? Because I just don't. I don't think that to be the case at all. I think absolutely someone else, covering it, people could have agreed to disagree, but not been so angry and hateful and harmful to one another. I just feel like it is, that's the way. But, the only thing that we can do about it now is attempt to try to sort of break that up and show people that they're wrong, right? Show people that you don't have to give blind, ridiculous loyalty to someone you don't really even know, and you don't have to believe everything he says just because he says it, right? That's not a thing. And I get pushback, blowback, I guess, from both sides, because even people who think she's guilty, you know? It's like, well, why would you befriend this person? Or why would you talk to this person? Well, because I fucking can, number one. And because I think we should actually get to know each other instead of ripping each other apart and disparaging people, right? The trial's fucking over. I bet we can all agree on the Brian Walsh case. I bet we could all watch that together, right? I bet we could find other things in common, like being domestic violence survivors or struggling, or having multiple children or having a kid with a disability. Because a lot of people have kids with disabilities, whether it's, mental or emotional or physical. So many people could relate in so many different aspects. And yet we have all these missed connections and missed friendships, and because of the anger and the hate and the vitriol. Why? Ask yourself why. You need to hate someone because the turtle told you to. You need to hate someone because he says that I'm poor, so that's bad. What? Or that I used to be an addict, so that's bad? Come on. Let's be real here. Miss GNX, the same thing that happened to me. So that's why I was able to see when they were doing it to SD right away. I saw it right away what they were doing. Because one day when I thought Karen might be innocent in the very beginning, everyone loved me, right? I was awesome. Everyone loved me. And then the second I changed my mind when the evidence started coming out, and the second I figured out there were some lies being said. I mean, you guys have to remember Aidan was telling everybody that the taillight was found on top of the snow. Of course, that's suspicious as fuck, right? Why would taillight be on top of the snow unless it was put there? And then I got evidence, not publicly, privately, that holy shit, they're digging for it. It's not on top of the snow, right? So I had to go back and start looking at other shit again and being like, hold on, right? So that's my journey. But nonetheless, they loved me. It was great until I changed my opinion, right? Until I changed my opinion. And until I didn't lie for Aidan. I didn't lie for him. He got caught cheating on 4 women total, including his wife at the time, simply because I answered a question that was asked of me, and I did not know that the person didn't already know the answer because it's the way that they asked it. So I assumed they kind of already knew what had happened. And so I answered it, not really knowing. And then because I didn't lie and he got caught, I became the devil and I got immediately attacked. But instead of telling people that's why he was so upset and that's why he was attacking me, he decided to bring in 73 other things, which is exactly what they did to Esty, which was she stole someone's seat. She's bad. That didn't happen, by the way. Just FYI, that did not fucking happen. All right, she didn't steal anybody's seat. That didn't happen. So they had to bring in a reason, though, right? A reason why everyone should hate her, right? And it's the exact same scenario that I dealt with. The exact same scenario. You can't tell everybody they got caught cheating on 4 women, right? You can't tell everybody that. That was long before anybody found out, and he wouldn't, because it would have outed him. People wouldn't have liked that. So what did he do instead? Out of his own petty revenge plot. Come on. And that's the thing. She never did anything to me. She never was mean to me. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, she had written something on Twitter agreeing with me about the hate and anger a long time ago. And then they bullied her to take it down almost immediately. What does that tell you? No, there hasn't been another time. If he didn't do it, let's be clear, he'd be screaming from the rooftops, it's all a lie, it's all a lie. Even if he thought nobody had the video, he would still be saying it was a lie, knowing it's not. That is what he does, right? He thought nobody had the copy. He was fishing to see if they did. That's why he vehemently denied it for 20 minutes and then had to start kind of admitting it a little bit there at the end. That's what he does. That's what he does. He would have still denied it to this day if parts of the video didn't come out as audio. Come on. I don't think I heard of that one, Aaron Spencer. It's not even really about critical thinking. It's about what's best. I mean, for everyone. Is it going to help everyone if I keep going everyone on that side is bad and everyone on this side is good? Is that going to help anyone? No, right? That's not going to fucking help anyone. I have victims of him from both sides of this fence, both sides of it. Okay. people here, and it always has been that way, right? So I feel like what the actual, like, if I just say everyone from over there is bad, how does that stop it at all? It doesn't. Awareness is the only way to stop it. People waking up and realizing what they're contributing to is the only way to stop it. It's the only way, right? And the only way to do that is to speak to the people who it's been done to, right? These are people who don't even know each other, never spoke to each other. Tell me why their stories align pretty much the same with varying like personal details, but pretty much the same. And we're talking about this going back long before the Kearney case existed. Long before it existed. This is a pattern of behavior over years' time, getting worse, the longer it goes, but nonetheless, the same. If I stop talking for the people who can't talk, then who do they have to talk for them? Who do they have to stand up for them? We know if you were, you'd be saying some ridiculous, nonsensical things in the chats. Don't worry. We know. He preys on people who are having a hard time in life. He's preying on vulnerable people who might not be in the greatest space. And he knows it. Okay? I love that, Tanya. I freaking love that. See? And if you can be a big enough person to apologize, I've had many people apologize to me, many people who didn't as well, who just kind of slowly disappeared but never apologized. And that's okay too. But the people who have the balls to contact me or ask someone else to have me unblock them because I have them blocked to apologize, like I have great respect for someone who has the balls to apologize, right? Anybody should. You know what I mean? Oh, you sure do. You got receipts and then some, my friend. Several ways. Oh yeah. Yep. He sure did. He sure did. This is why I say, like, people are like, oh yeah, he has receipts. No, he makes up receipts. There's a big fucking difference, guys. There's a big difference. When he makes up, when he corrupts, when he actually manufactures things to bring into court and to police stations to have people arrested as a petty revenge plot because they spoke out against him, that is what he does. Literally. And he has done it numerous times. Long before the Free Karen Reid trial, he has done it numerous times, all the way up till now. So can you trust somebody that brings fake evidence to the police and the court, knowing it's fake, knowing he made it up, knowing he wrote that email and sent it to himself or had a follower write the email and send it to him? He used pictures of his own children to set someone else up, which he has set other people up numerous times. And then here he is crying like a victim that he was set up. He wasn't set up. It's all his own behavior. You have this thing called free will. Nobody told you to do all this shit. You did it yourself. You know? That pisses me off too. None of them have apologized to her. None of them. None of them. And she was a good friend of them. None of them apologized to her. Pisses me off, you know? You know what? We're stronger because of it. I've been through fucking hell and back in my life. No stupid turtle is gonna fucking knock me down, dude. I refuse. I fucking refuse. Period. You know? I fucking refuse. Sorry, not sorry. It says due to. You must be using text to talk because it says to a lease instead of Elise, like me. She must be using text. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. She is, you know. It was not okay what they did. Not okay. I mean, even what they did to you, right? Let's not forget the years of torture that you went through. For what? For what? For nothing. To be honest, I don't think there is much of one anymore. I think Aidan's kind of on his own. He's doing whatever the fuck he's doing with his content creator bullies and his fake sock account bullies and the blind believers at this point, you know? It's very commendable, you know? That's the thing, right? It's just, it's terrible, you know? I love that. Love that. Well, that's the thing. He has no content at this point. He's admitted that Ratchets is where he came from. Blah, 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 blah. Like, bro, you don't think maybe after you have that many subs, you should probably like level up instead of down? Because your numbers were like this big when you were doing that stuff because people are going to unsubscribe to that. They don't want to watch that. Like a small subset of people do, but they're not mentally well people who want to continue watching you harm other people. It's just not real fucking life. I'm sorry. It's just not. You can say that again and then some. It's dangerous. It is fucking dangerous to have that many blind believers and them not realizing the harm that is being done to people. It's unfortunate at this point, you know? It really is. It really fucking is. Yes, if you would like to make a truth bomb, there are a bunch of different ways to do so, like Jesse said. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. There's a link over there in the chat at the top. I pinned, and you can use that for credit or debit. You can remain anonymous. Let's remember that he is trying to stop us from speaking. So he's hoping that on a Friday here, that he stops that by stopping support to the channel. That's the whole point of the attacks, the constant attacks, especially the last couple of days. It's, you know, constant attacks, and that's what he hopes. He hopes that he can stop any support coming to my channel and stop me from speaking, right? And it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to fucking happen. Sorry, not fucking sorry. But that's what we're calling donations now. We're calling them truth bombs because the bottom line is this. I haven't covered a case in 2 weeks because this is a fucking important issue and because he would love everybody to shut the fuck up. He would love it. He would love if everybody stopped talking about it and stopped talking about the shitty shit he has done to people and for it to go away. And he doesn't care what kind of tactics he has to employ to do it. He doesn't care. He'll do it. I refuse to allow that to happen, you know? Yeah, see, here's the thing. My daughter's 20 years old, and she also doesn't mind if her picture is posted, just FYI. It's not a Twitter war because I'm not talking. Can't tag him. I have him blocked. Here's the difference. When I keep getting comments of people trying to pretend like my daughter's illness is not real, there's a picture to show not only is it fucking real, but she's stronger than every single last one of you trolls that have ever existed in life. She's strong. She's smart. She's kind. She's empathetic. All of the things that you are not. Now, doesn't that fucking burn you? I bet it fucking does. Sad, really. It's really just sad. My kid's a rock star, an absolute rock star. And let me just wonder here why it's okay for people to post pictures of their children, but my child's picture can't be posted because she's ill. Does that make sense to anyone? Does that make sense? So let me get this straight. People have entire channels, and she could have her own entire Instagram chats, entire vlogs on their child's illness and them going through it. But I did, Holly. But I can't have a picture. Make that make sense. So it'd be okay if I just post a picture of my healthy children, but not my unhealthy child. Make that make sense. Again, you just showed everyone exactly what I'm talking about, Pat Zerback. You just parroted exactly what he said back to me. That's called blind loyalty. That's called a mantra. It's brainwashing. And you just repeated it. You just repeated it. You just literally showed the exact reason why I'm having this show right now. That's pretty sad, if you ask me. But I appreciate you showing everybody exactly why this conversation needs to fucking happen. Right? My shows aren't about my child. We talk about her here and there because A, she's fucking amazing and smart and kind. Better than most grown-ass adults. She's been through more in her life than most of you probably will ever deal with ever. She's been a human pincushion forever. Okay? You're never going to stop me from doing whatever the fuck I want. And I'll tell you this, if you come at my child sideways, I'm going to come at you sideways. As a matter of fact, why don't you ask her about her mother? My child will always have my back because I always have hers. Period. You got something bad to say? She's going to laugh in your face. She's going to laugh in your face. Let's just make that abundantly fucking clear here. All right? They do loathe it because it harms their narrative, their ridiculous, absurd narrative that everyone is bad and because he said so. So of course, you know, his one friend that, as far as I understand it from many moons ago, doesn't condone anything that he does. You know, it's unfortunate. But other than that, yeah, it's YouTube creators that will end up being attacked by him in the end. And people who use blind loyalty, you know, it's sad. It's really just fucking sad. Oh, there's a truth bomb coming in. It's a $5 anonymous truth bomb coming in from Venmo right now. Hold on a second, guys. Let me get the little truth bomb. And then there is the $5 truth bomb here from Tanya. Thank you, Tanya, so much. We appreciate your truth bomb. And it's unfortunate that this is, but I mean, yeah, they'll always be your babies no matter how old they are, bottom line, period. It doesn't matter how old they are. They're always going to be your babies. Love you. You definitely go rest up. You can text me if you need me. Yeah, I mean, shocker, right? Right. So it's okay for you, but it's not okay for me. Do you see where it gets? No, not for nothing, but Aidan has posted pictures of his children. Is that a no-no? I just want to know. But again, does that only apply to me? Does that only apply to me, or does that apply to him too? Just wondering. Just asking for a friend. You know, he's a fucking hypocrite. All right. And in order to exploit your child, your thing would have to be all about your fucking child. That makes no sense, dude. Me mentioning my kid once in a while and sharing my private life with you guys isn't exploiting like a goddamn fucking thing. You're just mad, bro. You're just mad because people called you on your fucking shit. Bottom line. Just sit there and pretend you didn't know my child was sick is utter bullshit. He knew. So that was a whole pretend, oh, I didn't know. Like, yeah, you fucking did. Stop it. He fucking knew. He 100% knew. That was all an act, you know? She's a full-grown adult. A full-grown adult. She's 20, okay? Sick or not, she's my baby and will always be my baby. And I will fucking kick down doors if I have to for my baby. Whatever my kid needs, I am there. And she knows that. I will always have her back. All my children. Because they are always my babies, period. You know? That's the other thing. Like, who the fuck are you to talk about anybody's children, my dude? Or anybody's parenting? I'm a two-parent household, so his, like, assertion that if I went to New Jersey, somehow would be bad parenting. I'm a two-parent household, so if I'm not here, guess who is? My husband. Two of us, sir. There's two of us. Unlike you, I'm not just a fucking parent when I feel like it. My kids need me 24/7. They have me 24/7. Even if my show was somehow about my child, which again, it never is, but even if I decided like tomorrow, we're going to do a whole thing on, you know, my child's journey with her medical, and she's going to show you what a day in her life is like. How exactly would that be grifting or exploiting? People make entire channels based on that solely alone. Why? Because my child has a very rare disease. Less than 200 people on the earth have it. On the earth have her disease. On planet fucking Earth. Okay? It should be talked about a lot more. Awareness. Because there's probably other people out there who went undiagnosed for a very long time. Right? It's unfortunate. The disease itself wreaks havoc on the body. Havoc on the body. You know? Exactly. They would just keep saying I'm lying. They would just keep saying I'm lying. It didn't happen. Like, come on. Right? Always be my babies. Always, no matter what. I would move anything for my children, and they know that. You know? The voice. It's just weird, you know? It's fucking weird. It's just weird shit to be bringing anything like that up. It's fucking weird. It just goes to show you have no content. None. No fucking content. None at all. Lost. Hold on. morning. How are you? Gross, dude. So report is what you mean, right? Hold on. This is deplorable. This is what I mean. Like, this is cyber stalking and harassment. This that I'm dealing with right now. This right here. That's what this is. You're a parent. Anybody engaging in this fucking behavior is disgusting. You're wasting everyone else's oxygen at this point. Running to do this shit for him is fucking gross. It's absolutely disgusting. Mentally disturbed is right. Fuck that. Fuck. He doesn't. Here's the thing. There's being insane, right? There's being insane and having mental health issues, and there's knowing what the fuck you're doing. He knows exactly what the fuck he's doing. I'm sorry, but he shouldn't get to be in a cushy psych ward. He should have to remain in solitary confinement in prison. Bottom line. You know? Bottom fucking line. Hello? To me, they do educate the public. And because my daughter's disease is so rare, she actually asked me the other day, I said, start a channel. And she said, about what? I said, girl, about your service dogs, about your medical. Like, what do you mean? There's so many different things that you could tell people about, you know? She's got a lot to say, and she's very intelligent and very smart. She's sarcastic like me, very witty. But I'm like, there's so many different things you could talk about, you know? But yes, a lot of times people talk about it as an awareness, right? There's probably other people. I've had one person reach out to me to see if like the symptoms match up with what my daughter has, and they do. And that person went and got tested, and wouldn't you know it, the man was about 37, or well, he was young, 38, 37, 1 year younger than me. And he found out that's what it was. And so there's probably so many people undiagnosed, you know, with it, because it's so rare and because so many doctors don't know about it, right? And so there should be awareness spread about it. There really should be, to be honest. But I feel like that's more up to my daughter to want to choose to do than me, you know? Like, we talk about my, personal life once in a while, my kids and how they're doing and all that stuff. But I think other people would feel not alone if it was more educational of like, but that's the thing with her disease. Any other, like, it could affect someone else differently. You could get different things. Like, that's the part of her disease that's so fucking hard, is it affects every person who has it differently. It's unfortunate, Happy to have you. We're happy to have you. Yeah, he knows the difference between right and wrong. This like constant harassment I'm dealing with the last couple of weeks, like this is something I've been dealing with for 3 years, but I knew it would ramp up because of him running his fucking mouth. He's not going to silence me. It's not going to happen. It should be, Joan. I concur on that. Love you, Ash. No one is alone, you know? Oh, a judge is going to see them all right. A judge is going to fucking see them all right. Judge is sure going to see them, you know? The other thing is he doesn't seem to understand that allowing his idiotic people to continue with this fucking brigade is only going to get him in trouble. It's only going to screw him. He's only hurting himself by doing it. You know, I publicly and privately help his victims, and he knows that. So what does he think? Like, come on, man, use your brain. Use your fucking brain. Not only I've predicted it a million times before he did it. Every single thing he was going to do and how he was going to do it. Already predicted, been there, done that. What does that tell you? So that's I don't know what just happened. My computer literally shut itself off and turned itself back on. I think it was going through an update last night and I didn't know. So yeah, that happened. Sorry. Apologize, guys. I don't know why or how that literally just happened. So, no, not but. I mean, it was buffering. It just booted me right on out, and then my computer shut off and turned back on. And I think I have a new browser. It looks like an update on the browser. So, I don't know. Okay. Hey, Benny. Hello. Oh, were you at court with Kate? Jesse wanted to know what happened. I mean, he's evil. We're talking about an evil fucking, weirdo. Named himself after a statue. You know? Yeah, I mean, that's the disturbing part, right? Most people have never seen anything like this because you don't actually think that a cult can happen or brainwashing can happen online, right? You assume that like cults happen in person. No, this is real. This is real happening, now. you know? I know, girl. I know. I feel like there's not enough subscribers to do it, though. I would love to, but I feel like there's not enough, right? Like we only have, I think, 60 members, not subscribers, but members. I mean, we can try doing one at night, maybe, possibly. Sing along, right? Dee, 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 dee. I apologize, guys. I know I froze and then I don't know. It booted me right on out. That's the thing. I really hope that, and people have, a weekend nooner. That's probably not. I mean, I do a Sunday morning show, so it would have to be a Saturday, which is my only day off. That is how you get more. I know. You know how I feel about the weird stuff like that, but you are right. You are correct. I mean, we probably could try it either a Saturday. It won't be this Saturday because I have the Halloween party, but maybe we could do a Saturday at like noontime. I know. See, that's the other problem. I don't want to be left out, It would be an extra show, though, or it wouldn't be like one of my normal ones. Like, it wouldn't be a Sunday because everybody loves a Sunday show. I love the Sunday show. It would be like on a day, which I don't normally do it, which is usually Saturday, which is usually my only day off from this. But I've done it a couple times where I've done Saturday shows. We could do the daytime, we could do early evening, Apparently there was a conflict of interest and it got delayed till the 29th. The judge was being careful of that. She doesn't know what the conflict of interest is. Well, how the fuck? What? If you're a judge, how do you not know what the damn conflict is? I don't know. YouTube is full of mini cults. So many do not use their own critical thinking skills. Only 50% of Americans can read above fifth grade level, being easily manipulated. Well, that's half the problem. So you can hit it right on the nose. Manipulation. They don't realize they're being manipulated. Yeah, they are still doing their party, as far as I understand it. That is wild, right? That is fucking wild. I don't know, because I don't know what the perceived conflict is. I'd have to look into what the perceived conflict is. So what that means is there's a conflict somewhere. Is it the judge? Is it the DA? Like, what's the conflict? Where is it? I'd have to have the answers to that to know what they're doing. It's a different judge. It's not the guy judge. So is the conflict with the judge or is the conflict with the DA's office? Like, what's the conflict? That's the problem. I don't, I can't answer that until I know what the conflict is. Yeah, I mean, it could be if they can't find something within 30 days, it'll be dismissed. That's what will happen. Well, that's the thing. Who's suggesting there's a conflict? I'm guessing it's probably not her, right? It's probably Lauren suggesting there's some sort of conflict. I don't know. I don't know who's suggesting that there is a conflict, I don't know. Maybe Benny can tell us. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't even know she had court today. I had no fucking idea. None at all. So there's, unfortunately, I don't have all the answers for you guys but maybe Benny can tell us. Yeah, we are in trouble. You are fucking right on that. You hit that right, that nail right on the head, Priscilla. We are in deep fucking trouble. I think it's true. It's truly sad. It truly is. I would love to have Esky on. She knows she's welcome on anytime. I don't know if she's, ready for that or wants to do that, but I would have her on anytime. Because, well, it's not a Halloween party. It's just like a regular party, right? Well, shocker, right? Shocker. Shocker. That I don't know. At least the conflict of interest and Lauren. Oh, come on. Stop. Well, she's crying because it didn't go away. Let's stop with the fucking crocodile tears, shall we? Like, come on. I'm sorry, you guys. And normally I'm a very empathetic person and a very sympathetic person, but I don't fucking feel bad for her. This whole crocodile tear bullshit, I'm sorry. I just don't. I just fucking don't feel bad for her. She sat there and allowed me to be blamed for shit that her and Deanna did for months and allowed people to fucking troll me about it and harass me online about it and said not a fucking word and allowed me to be blamed. I have no sympathy or empathy for that girl at all. Don't come sit there and act like you're some innocent person who was harassed on the internet and trolled and you care so much about that, but you didn't care about somebody else being blamed for something you were involved in and taking that fucking responsibility. If you cared so much about people being trolled on the internet and it hurting you to the point that you almost want to commit suicide and you wouldn't let it happen to someone else, I sure the fuck am not going to let it to happen to someone else. I have no sympathy for her. Sorry, not sorry. None at all. I can't. I can't. That's just gross. I literally can't. It's fucking gross. It's fucking gross. Bye, Turtle Amendment. See you later. Go back to the Cult HQ. They're calling you. They're calling you. They need you back over there to do their bidding. She's Aidan's ex-girlfriend. Let's be clear. You know? Yes, absolutely, my friend. Anytime kids are home, it's impossible for me to. That's okay. Yeah, so there you go. You know, on the weekend, could probably do a Saturday, I bet. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't fucking feel bad for her. Sorry, not sorry. We're not gonna play this whole I'm innocent and it hurt me so much to be trolled online by people, but then you allowed other people to be trolled online, knowing it wasn't true, knowing who did do it, and you sat there and you fucking said nothing and you let it happen. That's not a good person. I would never let that happen. Never. Never, ever, ever. As I'm not letting it happen right now. Like what kind of person are you as a human being to allow that to happen? Come on. It sounded like they were willing to have a special prosecutor out of Plymouth, but the judge was questioning what the conflict was. So that's who, do you know, girl, who was saying there's a conflict? Like, who was saying there is a conflict? Like, was it her claiming there's some sort of conflict? Like, what's the fucking conflict? What is it? Right? Like, what kind of dumb ass troll account? Yeah, there's going to be a fucking amendment, all right, against people like him. A law against people like him. The judge on today was a woman, not the normal man judge. Interesting. It is. It's mindless. It's absolutely fucking mindless. Nope. You must have missed that, apparently, Joan. You must have missed that. I do the same. I attack anybody who criticizes me. No, I respond. There's a difference. I don't just attack people for no reason because I have some sort of petty beef with them. Otherwise, there would be plenty of people I could be going after in here. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of them. That's not how I operate, right? Not that kind of person. The shit that I do is respond. I'm sticking up for victims who have been silenced and harassed and threatened and blackmailed. Please let me know where I've done any of that. I don't commit crimes. I don't blackmail people. I don't threaten people into silence. Okay? Number one. Number two, the only other thing I've ever done is responded to other people's attacks of me and corrected the record. And even most of the time with that, I just ignore them because I could care less what they have to say. So let's be clear here. Most of the shit I speak about is if you're okay with what he does to people, then you really need to reevaluate your sense of self. Because I'm going to bet money that if it was you or your mother or your sister or your child or your niece or your friend, you wouldn't be so okay with it, would you? Time to reevaluate, people, right? Time to fucking reevaluate. So I think that's the thing. The judge was trying to figure out what is the conflict exactly. Of course they do. And here, I get it privately too. It's insane. You know, that's half their problem. Me too, right, Sarah? You couldn't just let it happen to someone, right? You couldn't just let. No, that's what Joan's saying. Like, where's the abuse that I portray on my viewers? You know what I mean? Like, where am I? It's ridiculous. The conflict is the Norfolk DA, but the conflict could not be explained. The next hearing will be a couple of weeks from now to clear up any conflict. There is no fucking conflict. There's no conflict. Where's the like? I'm not under. Is it which courthouse was it at? What? I'm so confused. Plymouth? You say Plymouth? Wait a second. Hold on. If it had to do with Lauren, it wouldn't be in Plymouth, right? Because I think it was Stoughton and Dedham, maybe Stoughton and Dedham, I think. So why would it be? I'm so confused right now. I'm so fucking confused. Right? Focus group. Yeah, I can't watch that. Sorry, can't do it. Can't fucking do it. Nope. Mm-mm. The hearing was moved to clear up the question of conflict of interest with the Norfolk DA's office and or appoint a new special prosecutor, as a previous special prosecutor from Plymouth no longer works there. Oh, Dedham District. Okay, all right, that makes more sense. I was like so confused. I'm like, wait, what? Plymouth? What? Sorry, guys. I mean, this is the level of we're dealing with here, right? Like, we're dealing with constant attacks from illogical, nonsensical, very disgusting and deplorable things. And the fact that any of these people think that it's normal or that it's okay is half the problem. If you're coming here to troll me, then you have a blind allegiance and loyalty to someone who would happily trash you. Happily. The First Amendment is not fucking absolute. You can cross into criminal behavior with the First Amendment. It is not just absolute. It's not the way it works. Okay? It's not the way it fucking works. No, it isn't what he's doing. Not by a long shot. Exactly. You could go on forever, you know? No, it's not the same. Not by a long shot, you know? When that woman or any of the other trolls have dozens of victims and the receipts for all of it, then they can fucking talk to me. But until then, they can fuck right off. They can fuck right off. You know? I have a responsibility to those people and myself to not sit quiet and say nothing. Because what happens if you sit quiet and say nothing? It just happens to more and more people. Over and over and over. It's been years. You guys realize this? Before the Karen Reed case. Years of this behavior. It's the exact same shit over and over and over. Every time he's caught doing something wrong, it's a setup. Every time he's caught doing something wrong, it's that other person's fault. They're bad. He's good. They're ratchets. He's not. It's the same shit over and over and over and over again. It's deplorable. Oh, Tanya, shaking them bushes hard over there, girl. Tanya sends 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Tanya. Hey, Steph gets one. Amber KR gets one. 96 below, Leah M, Stewie the puppy, Paula, Shannon, Paige, Squirrel, Down Dude's Diaries. Congratulations, all of you. I love that. Amber got one, Steph got one. I see you guys all the time. Paula got one. I love that. I love it. Shannon, I love it. I love that. It's amazing. Thank you, Tanya. I love it. To be fair, they come to me, right? The olive branch is always there. But to be fair, they come to me. I don't seek them out unless it's public. And then I might send just a message of hope and love and say, hey, you know, if you ever need to scream, yell, talk about something completely different, cry, break things, I'm here. You're not alone, right? And it's really just to let them know, like, they're not alone and there is someone who gives a fuck, you know? And sometimes they come and they watch me for a while before they ever tell their story, or they come to me on their own, and it's not public, you know? And I do whatever I can to sort of help them out and just be a person that they can always come to, that they know that if they tell me something, I'm not going to run around telling the world, right? They know if they send me something, I'm not going to run around and post that online. They know if they would like to remain completely anonymous from the world, that I'm going to keep that I'm not a person that's just going to throw it all out there for other people, you know? They feel safe, as they should. This is a work I did long before I had a YouTube channel as a volunteer advocate. You know, I've helped many families with many different things. Single moms, entire families, from domestic violence to kids' IEPs at school. You know, it's what I love to do, because there's no better feeling on planet Earth than helping another human being that needs help. And it doesn't have to be monetary. Like, it costs nothing to be a good person. And I might not be able to help when it comes to money, but I can help in a vast amount of other ways. And that's what I try to do, you know, and support. And if we need to rally that for these people, then we will, right? Like, anything that needs to be done in that aspect, we will do. I will do. And they need to know that they're not alone. because I went through this. I've been through this, and I continuously go through this on a daily basis for the last, since 2023. And as you can see, the attacks have ramped up now since he runs his mouth, and I'm going to continue to probably deal with it for quite some time now, even worse than I was before, because I speak up. You know, I speak up. And everybody knows what's the motto here: nobody suffers in silence. And again, that comes from my dad, who passed from suicide. Like, nobody suffers in fucking silence here. Hey, NYB. Girl, listen, I don't know, but it's been weird, right? Everything is some weird sexual innuendo. Like, weird, freaking weird, you know? I love Halloween. It's my favorite holiday. Love Halloween. It's my favorite holiday. It does. It opens up that aisle and the conversation, right? To be civil, to be kind, to realize that the hate that was spread doesn't have to be there. We choose it. We choose to do that. We choose to just hate everyone because they thought she was innocent, or hate everyone because they thought she was guilty, or to actually get to know someone on a personal level before we make that snap judgment that someone else told us to make. Right? And I implore everybody to do that. Don't make a snap judgment based on what someone else told you. Find out for yourself. Get to know somebody personally yourself. Right? Because you might find that there are a lot of misconnections, friendships, and conversations that probably could have happened long ago if it wasn't for him. You know? That's just the bottom line. There's only one of me, right? But there's so many of you. And you guys do important work too. You guys do very important work too. Make no mistake. We got a $5 truth bomb from Deidre. Thank you, Deidre. We appreciate you, my friend, very, very, very much. Thank you, Deidre. Down here to the comments here. I mean, it's sage advice. I feel like, you know, a wise person once told me, you know, a wise person once told me. That wise person, we do together. Exactly. This wise person right here in the chat, good friend of mine, that sort of, I've always been one to sort of reach across, but even more so by talking to my friend here. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. And I'm hoping that people start opening their eyes. No, I'm proud to be your friend. I am proud to be your friend. See, that's the difference. I'm just the catalyst. I'm just a person, right? I'm just the channel. I'm just the mouth, right? It's all of you that, you know, make me strong, right? It's all of you that keep me pushing, that keep me wanting to make sure that, like, you're not going to be bullied and treated like this when you're silenced, that you're not going to be harassed into oblivion until you feel like you want to unalive yourselves. And the amount of times I've had to pull someone off of that ledge because of him is an indescribable moment. And when it happens over and over and over, you have to ask yourself, if you sit there and stay silent, how many more people does that happen to? And what happens when somebody actually does take that step and there isn't somebody to pull them off that ledge? Then they end up what? Residing in a necklace on someone's chest? I'm not okay with that. This is a literal permanent solution to a temporary problem. Okay? Nobody can ever bring my dad back onto this earth. He chose a permanent route for a very temporary feeling. And I'll be damned. I will be fucking damned if I don't do something to stop that from happening to other people. I don't give an actual fuck what anybody thinks of me, because if they don't know me, their opinion is irrelevant to me. You know? It's absolutely irrelevant. And people do need someone to lean on, even if it's just scream and yell or talk about something completely fucking unrelated. Maybe they just want to talk about whatever TV show you watched last night to just get their mind off of the amount of stress and anger and loneliness they feel. Like, and everyone needs someone like that. Everyone needs someone. It's just, they do, you know? It is what it is. Well, that's the other thing. The longer they keep pushing that out, the longer it'll continue. You know? That's because he'll keep playing the victim over and over. He's the victim. It's everyone else's fault. You know? Oh, listen, I know. For real, I know. I'm like, oh, for God damn it. I mean, I can't get them off your feed. That's unfortunate. But it's all based on like an algorithm, Jane, unfortunately. So it's based on like the Twitter algorithm, you know, what you see. It's unfortunate, you know? Because everybody else gives him money to do it. That's why. Everybody gives him money to do it. He has a defense fund, right? Where everybody sends him money to pay for his defense fund while he can pay for it himself. He makes 10, 20, 30 grand a month. I mean, come on. He could pay for it himself. And if he's going to keep committing crimes, why should everyone else pay for it? You know? See? Exactly. Right? You don't have to agree on anything to be, on everything to be someone's friend. It's just, you don't. It's that simple. Right? I feel like it was a group hug moment. I'm behind in the comments, but I feel like it's a group hug moment. It means something to me. It's not just words that are coming out of my fucking mouth, right? A lot of people can say words. It's what did you put behind those words? Did you put any action behind those words, or do you just say shit? So I don't just say shit just for funsies, right? Like, what kind of person would I be if I did nothing and said nothing, and I turned the other cheek? Not a very good one, that's for sure. Not a very fucking good one. That's the sad part, Scorpio. That's the sad part. Yeah, if you block someone, they won't. But I think she was saying, like, other people posting, like, his picture or whatever to look at. It's just there. You know what I mean? And believe me when I say, sometimes I want to throw, my phone too. I'm like, God damn it. What the is this? It might help if you just, every time a picture pops up of his face, you just think wrinkly ballsack. Just, it'll make you laugh instead of wanting to throw the phone at a wall. Instead of wanting to throw the phone at a wall, you'll just chuckle a little, and that might help. That might help. It just might, it just might. Fuck's sake. I mean, if it doesn't get more disgusting, I just can't with some of this shit. It's gross. It is, Lisa. It's gross. It's gross, right? Like, and again, he's not the only bully out there. He's not the only cyber harasser and cyber stalker. Christy's doing a lot of cyber stalking and cyber harassment of many people herself, including harassing Obach and her entire family, I said ball sack. I said it. That's what I said. Oh my God, you guys are killing me. I mean, bottom line is this: someone has to speak up, and I understand that means, right, that then I have to deal with the consequences of that. But I am willing to deal with the consequences of dealing with a fucking deluded cult, if it means that these people have a voice. Because no one on my watch is going to feel like they don't have one. Sorry, not sorry. I will not apologize. I will not. I will not freaking apologize for that. Not by a long shot. See, but that's exactly what they do here. And you have to ask why. You have to ask why. The question is why. People are too focused on, oh, well, he's not going to admit to a crime, and if he did it. Anybody still asking if he did it and if the recording exists, or if, stop it. So that's Delulu land at this point, all right? It's fucking Delulu. Insanity at this point, right? Like, come the fuck on with it. You know? I think they were saying important things that the turtle didn't want out there. And so he sent the minions just like he sent them here. It's not hard to figure out, you know? I mean, hey. I mean, yeah, but at the same time, if I put a post up, at least half of the people who comment are all deplorable, disgusting comments that I have to get rid of. So it's like, you know, I can actually explain that. I don't know if you guys were here yesterday when I gave the update on the turtle in the jar, but Ashley was sent dead turtle in a jar to her home where she lives. And it was in a jar, okay? And it was a small, probably like this big sized deceased, probably for a long time it looks like, turtle. And what they did was they packaged it up as if it was mailed. And they put it in a package, put a fake, FedEx label on it, and the person delivered it, but didn't know which apartment she lived in, so they delivered it to like the front, the mail area, whatever, right? And so we were like, here's the thing. Ashley is a victim of his. She speaks, she speaks out against him and the things he does to people, because it's very similar to the shit he did to her, which was deplorable. And because, like me, she speaks, that was clearly a threat, right? Clearly a fucking threat. So the police were called. They investigated. They got the tape because this person's a dumbass, and where they dropped it off, there is a video, okay? And so that person was arrested. And immediately that person, the attorney, so the cops said, oh, well, you have to call the attorney general's office now that the person's been arrested. And we're like, because they wouldn't tell us who was arrested. And we're like, well, we need to know who the fuck it was, right? And they're like, no, you have to call the attorney general's office. So call the attorney general's office, wait for them to call back. They call back fairly quickly within like an hour. And because they put like a fake label on it, it's technically mail fraud. So that's a federal crime on top of whatever else they're going to charge them with. But the first person who was arrested now automatically decided they were going to tell on the second person who originally packaged it up. And so now technically they're a witness against the first person. And so they won't tell us who it is because they're a witness for safety reasons. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. They're also a perpetrator. What about the safety of the victim? And the police's answer to that was, well, they won't be bothering you again. Oh yeah, I should definitely take your word for it. Listen, I'm a domestic violence survivor. I had a fucking restraining order on my abuser and he tried to kill me with that in place. So please, I'm not going to take your word. He actually wasn't out when this happened. I checked. He hadn't been let out at that. I don't know if he's let out now, but he wasn't let out when this happened. Thank God. Yeah, so that's the argument being made. But what about a restraining order? She has the right to have it. She has the right to have a restraining order against these people. But we're now not telling us, good night, Holly. They're not telling us who the first person is because they're now a witness against the second person. Thank you, Jimbo. They're a witness against the second person. So, So here's the thing. It's an active, open, no shit, right? Investigation. So they won't tell us. Well, they can't hide behind active, open investigation forever. And so I'll just FOIA the arrest records of anybody who was arrested this entire week and check the court dockets. Someone's got to be arraigned at some point, right? Yep, they sure do. And that's on a public docket. So I don't give a fuck what I have to do. I'm going to get the information one way or another. If they don't want to tell us, we'll find it out other ways. I don't care. But there's two people involved here. What does that fucking tell you? They were sick enough to do this as a threat. All right? When I tell you guys the shit that I deal with is bad, it's bad. Like the stuff that I don't tell you guys is probably the worst. And there's a reason why I don't say it on air. But I mean, no one, and I mean no one, should have to go through that for speaking out against an abuser. Okay, because the bottom line is he is abusing people and using other people to do the dirty work. You know, yeah, he would have been my first suspect too, but he wasn't out. So believe me, I checked. You know, I don't want to say what town just because I don't want other trolls to know where she lives, in case they think about doing the same or similar. But it's she lives in Rhode Island. It's not Massachusetts. So, you know, yeah, the Attorney General's office and the police, they contacted, they did all that. All that was done. So, I mean, there's nothing left to do now but wait. But wait, unfortunately. But it is some sick shit. And there's worse, there's, you know, not worse, but the same kind of behavior that happens to a lot of victims of his. And it's not a coincidence. You know what I mean? All this stuff isn't coincidental, guys. All right. And this is exactly why I speak out. And that's the price we pay for doing it. It's unfortunate. Now, isn't it? Yeah, they waited, but like cowards, they waited for me to be off the speaker position. And their whole position is, you can't like Twisted because she thinks Karen's guilty. That is the most closed-minded, small-minded, ridiculous argument I've ever heard. And then the other argument was, well, she only changed her mind because she thinks Aidan's bad, which is completely and utterly false. And anybody who's been following me long enough knows that is completely false. We didn't have evidence back then. I started getting privately non-public information and evidence that was not matching up with the shit that he was saying. Okay? Bottom line. So that's what we did, but they won't. They won't. They won't. And I'm like, okay, but she has the right to a restraining order. Oh, because he hasn't been arraigned or because he is going to take the plea deal and because he's a witness for purposes of him being a witness or whatever it is. Like, no, she has the right to a restraining order and to know who the perpetrator is. Sorry. Yeah, we're going to try again, right? We're going to try again. But yeah, we did that. So, we're going to try again. If we have to bring it all the way, you know, up to a different office to be like, yeah, no, you guys are doing like this. She has the right. She has the right. That's the bottom line. She has the right. That's all. It's what they all hide behind: keyboard and a phone. You know. The answer is that because he wants other people to donate to his fund. What do you mean? He wants all these people to cover his cases and, you know, put more money in his defense fund and to be frank, he wants more subscribers. He wants more subscribers so they can keep giving him money in turtle chats. I mean, it's not rocket science here. He wants other people to cover it. He wants to be the victim. The problem is he's not the victim. He has free will. He chose to do all of these things. He chose to commit these crimes. He chooses to break these orders. And now he's being, you know, has problems in multiple states. No one else is running around racking up, you know, doing illegal shit. He's the only one. But it's everyone else's fault, you know? Well, that's the other thing. You know, that's kind of what Chris was saying, which is the case is over, right? Number one. Number two, if your only assumption is that she changed her mind because she thinks Aidan is bad, well, that would be an assumption now, wouldn't it? Anybody who's been watching me long enough knows that's completely and utterly false. It's not the reason. There's plenty of people who think she's innocent that can't stand him. The same applies to people who think she's guilty. Some of them still can't stand him. It's not, again, we don't need to revive Einstein to figure that out. You know? You just don't, you know? Well, that's the other thing. There is a reason people are not covering it. Why do you guys think they're not covering it? There's a reason. There's a reason. A lot of people know he did this shit to himself. We have a $10 truth bomb. Just keep going. You have a good heart and your words matter. You're needed in this space on both sides of the aisle. Much love and support. And this is a very nice message. Thank you very, very much for your truth bomb. I appreciate that very, very much. Well, that's the thing. Again, he's running around racking up felonies like they're Pokemon. You know, got to catch them all. Elusive Snorlax and whatnot. You know. And yes, there's a reason. There's a reason that they refuse to cover it. Because some of this he's not going to be able to fight his way out of. I mean, he's posted it on the internet. And like the evidence is there. The evidence is all there, you know? Ooh, we're almost 4 hours in here. I'm going to have to go soon. Before we go, if you would like to donate to the channel, you would like to keep us running and going, which is what he's trying to stop, I would implore you, if anybody can, to help support the channel, because we are a small channel. We rely on those of you who can help out to help out, because otherwise I can't run this show without y'all. I cannot run it, cannot do it without all of you and all of you guys' help. So we have a bunch of different ways. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have a link in the chat for debit or credit that you can use. And we have an Amazon wish list. That's in the description of the video. Oh, and Tanya gives 10 more memberships. That's so nice of you, Tanya. Heisenberg gets one. Yay, Heisenberg! Skylar from South Park fan. We're shaking the bushes here. Peyton, Elizabeth, Brady, Unsolved, Amy, Boston. Joanne, yay! Lbug, B549er, Carol, Sunny T, Beach Gal, congratulations, guys. That was so nice of you, Tanya. Thank you so much for supporting. We appreciate you. I know, right? You too. I wish I had control over who gets them and who doesn't. Obviously, those of you who are here literally all the time would be automatic, but I do not have control over that. I wish I did. I wish I did. I really do. You know, it's funny you say that, Art, because for the longest time it was like skipping Jessie too. Yeah, she got it one time, but it was skipping Jessie too for the longest time, and we're like, what in the hell, YouTube? What is happening? Thank you so much, Tanya. We appreciate you. We appreciate you very, very much. I know. Yeah, I do remember. That was Tracy. She was like, "Oh, I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again." Poor Jesse's like, here I am. I'm over here. Hello, YouTube. Me. Hello. I'm here all the time. Hello. I do a Sunday show every Sunday. Usually late morning, because I like to attempt to sleep in if I can on a Sunday morning. But mine went to my other YouTube. Oh yeah, shit, that sucks. It was very kind of Tanya. I don't know what time the game is. That's a good question. I actually didn't check yet. Yeah, she did. She bought so many until Jessie got one. She's like, well, try it again. Try it again. Gosh dang it. Try it again. It happens. I saved up. It's fun fact, guys. If you have Android and you have any Google Play money, you can actually use your Google Play money to buy a membership, gift a membership, send a super chat. You can use your Google Play money for that. In case you didn't know. Now you know. Right, so I have this little app that does little. It's through Google, and it's like a Google thing where like anywhere you go, it might send you like a little thing saying, "Did you go to this store today? Yes, or when did you go in the last week, in the last month, blah blah blah," and it'll ask you, so you can answer it, and it'll give you anywhere from 15 cents to like $1 every time, and so I've just been saving those. It's like a reward sort of thing for answering them, and I've been saving those, and I think I had something like $12 or something, and used it to gift other creators, smaller creators. Team iPhone, yeah. I don't have an iPhone even, but for Androids, you can do that. You can use your Google Play money. Hey, Melissa. So I mean, hey, it is what it is. All right, we've been here almost 4 hours, so I need to go eat something. I have a ton of shit I have to do. I have to bake. I have to rearrange. I got to make a Walmart order for this party tomorrow. I got to write a list. I got to move a couple things in my storage unit and pull a couple things out of my storage unit. I got a lot to do. I got a lot of shit to do. I could never switch to the iPhone. I'm too used to the Android at this point. Too used to it. Hey, girl. But it has been a pleasure, y'all. Tomorrow, obviously, I'm not here unless I decide to do like a quick little, hey, we're having a Halloween party. How is everybody? But other than that, Saturday is my only day off. So I'm usually not here Saturdays, but I am always here Sundays. So you guys will definitely see me Sunday. I love your stinking faces. Be nice to one another, kind to one another. Try to have a conversation with someone maybe you haven't had a conversation with yet, and see how that goes. Because I'm going to bet that there are some people that you haven't had a conversation with yet that you might just like if you did. You know, let's try. Let's attempt it, right? Like attempt to stop this anger and attacks on people. It's just gross at this point. It's gross, right? I love y'all. If you're on my restream crew, I will see y'all Sunday. Obviously, any donations that are made when I am not live will be read on Sunday's show, of course. And everybody wish me luck on my Halloween party because I still have so much shit I need to do for this silly Halloween party. But I am very excited for it because I just want to have a good time, and see friends, and the kids have a good time. And fingers crossed. All right. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you guys soon. Bye.